Hello, is this working? YouTube? Okay, if you can hear and see me, please say Ootachi Oustin. If I see Ootachi Oustin, then I'll know that this is working. Are we Ootachi Oustin? Ootachi Ousting! Okay. Amazing. Good morning. I'm glad you guys didn't miss the flight to Kitakami. Okay, I think everything is working. That means you can hear and see me. I guess that means the Furret emotes are also working. Perfect. How's my volume level compared to the music? It's not actually going to matter because the music is being recorded separately than my voice, but hopefully you can hear me. I can see all of you. This is a quillfish household. The music is quite loud. I've turned the music down. Okay, can you see everything on the list? Speak louder? Let me look at my audio level. List is visible but quite small. Can make the list longer. I myself am too quiet. Okay, I can make myself louder. I made myself a little louder. People tell you to turn down music, but join Team Yell. Oh, a student! Okay, let's make this... I can make this bigger. If I make it bigger, then you can't see everything. So I'll probably... Just remind me to make it... Just remind me to zoom in when we actually start. This way you guys can see all of the Pokemon, and then I can zoom in and adjust the size. Because there aren't that many Pokemon in the Dex, so we'll probably be able to see everyone once it's like this size, I guess. A tier list, your tree, right? Okay, so we'll just do the rest of the tech stuff. Everything else should be okay. I have a stat window ready, so I should be able to go to stats. And then as long as I'm actually on the right window, as in this one, should be able to see the stats. If I actually click on stats. So that does work. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll start maybe in about 5 minutes. Please let this just be a normal... Uh-oh. Technical difficulties, right? Give me a second here. I must have been frozen by toxic thread. I don't know how to balance audio on a professional level. It's vibes. I've been using this same stream software, OBS, for what, like, over 2 years now? I still have no idea how to actually get the audio to play for me. So I can't actually hear what I sound like. It says that I have audio monitoring on with the headphones. It has never worked. It's been 2 years. I don't know how to get it to work. I've given up. There are new emotes. So I don't know how long this will take, but as you can see, there aren't that many Pokemon. There's only about 100. Well, not about. There's only 99 new ones. That's not counting the 3 Sinnoh starters. So I'm actually giving you more content than the official Pokedex does. I tried turning monitor and output on. I did. Tyrant streamer deletes old emotes to replace with worse ones? You're just biased in favor of Zappy, okay? We'll probably give people about 5 more minutes to join. I don't think there's any more setup we need. It looks like everyone can use the new Gogoat Gradient emotes. But you can probably tell right now, this is probably, aside from Coliseum, the worst roster we've ever seen. These Pokemon are really bad. Like, we're gonna talk about them. What is this music? Sounds like I'm in a cult? No, that's the next campaign. Oh no, this is the human music from Warcraft 3. But that's the first campaign, and then the next campaign, the Undead campaign, does feature the Cult of the Damned. We're almost ready. There will not be Warcraft 3 music in the actual video, but if you're a mighty Patreon, then you can actually see the next glitch video. And that actually does have Warcraft 3 music in it. Can't tell you why, though. Is this seriously all they added? Yup. So the Kitakami Dex has 200 Pokemon in it, but 100 of them are actually from Paldea, so it doesn't actually have 200 Pokemon. €5 donation from Swansea Ian. Finally! Ariados got a new Evo in Gen 9. This thing still doesn't evolve? Unfortunately, it does not. Thanks to both Swansea Ian and Silver for the inability to find the graphics. For the... Okay, good thing we tested this, because they're on the wrong level. I assume you heard the sound effect, but you didn't actually see it, right? Okay, it should work this time. Give me a second here. There we go. The gracious gift of convenience. Sorry, the layers are a bit different. That's why we have to test this stuff. Swansea member for 11 months, thank you. Ads. Okay, I think everything is almost ready. We'll try and like start at 7:15. I missed your membership thing, did I? Oh, member for 9 months, thank you. I guess it's inconvenient because I don't know what to say, because you can't send messages with those because they have to be like minimum $2, but the membership is too cheap. I changed the name. Yeah, you're now YTC Institute interns. It's a paid internship, as in you have to pay me. Very fair, right? $2 donation from level 5 Vaporeon. This tier looks like Coliseum 2.0. Yeah, it's really bad. At least Coliseum is challenging enough for your choices to matter? No. Coliseum is piss easy. It's super easy. As long as you just use the only 2 good Pokemon you get. Cygnus here paid an exposure and free swallets. He also got to see the video early. And all he had to do was waste 3 hours of his life helping me film it. What a deal. Is the stream laggy for anyone else? Hopefully not. Pleased to tune into this early. Did the DLC actually expect you to drop all your pokes and catch train new Kitakami exclusive pokes? I don't think so, but people on the internet will definitely tell you that's what you're supposed to do. I thought the DLC was way too easy. Well, actually, you're supposed to train up a whole new squad. Oh, okay. With these guys? It says here that Furret is powerful. Sounds like a YTC comment. Train up a whole new team for like 5 total battles? Whoa, 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 okay. You battle Kieran 5 times. Don't forget you also have to battle his sister. I guess we can name the tiers, right? What do we actually want to name the tiers? Can I add my 1-year YTC Institute internship to your resume? Sure. Not sure who will hire you, though. So initially we called these, or in the base tier list, we called them like Area 1, Area 2, Area 3. But the DLC actually does have like area names. S tier could be Ogre Slayers. So the bottom tier is Kitakami's finest. Just change the color, right? It's a bit hard to see. Ogre Oustin. Yeah, there's so few Pokemon. Bottom tier could be Kitakami Loyalist. How many actual new Pokemon are there? This is all of them. Maybe Ogre Gone as a substitute Tyranitardy. So, these Pokemon at the bottom, these 4 only, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and the Loyal 3, they're the ones, they don't scale at all, so they're basically too late, which was Area 0 last time. So, we could add like an unranked tier. It's Ogre. Did I add 2? What in the world? There's no feedback for when you add the row. Ogre Oustin. Ousted. Tardy Forest. Oh, they're like the Timeless Forest. Have you seen the data mines for the next wave of DLC? Probably not in detail. Like, I know that Dipplin evolves, that's about it. Have a tier called Ogres Have Layers. Could just call it Area 0, which is the same thing we called it last time. Final release from Jacob McBaggins. Top tier is I'm a Believer because Ogerpon because Shrek. I'll tell you right now, Ogerpon is not actually going to go in the top tier, but not because I don't think it deserves to be. The Tardy Fortist. Area Ogre. Okay. Maybe Area Ogre. Out of Time Forest. Okay, that is with a 0, but I think it just looks like... It just looks like an O. We'll make it purple. Are the Level 3 not usable in the base game after beating the DLC if you do the DLC first? They are, but they don't scale. So they're all level 70. So they're basically just not usable because the game's going to be over. So let's see. How many tiers do we actually need? So I'll tell you right now, I think there's only 2 S tier Pokemon. Lowercase Area 0, so it's more... Do we need a C tier here? Yes. I think we actually would use it. would need the D as well. Gotta make this one blue, right? Because it's the C. No, that's not right. Orangish? Orangish is bad, right? Did I, like, miss a donation? Sorry, I slept for, like, 2 hours. I always get really nervous before a field trip. Area Ootachi. C should definitely be blue. 15 minutes in and not a single Pokemon ranked. I think this will actually be really fast. Which is normally not the case, right? This will probably take us maybe like 2 hours. This one green. Okay, these colors are okay. Overworked student forced to present his tier list to the class. This is the 4th time you've shown an in-game tier list. This will actually be very fast. Can't wait to remember those words in 4 hours. Like so I've thought about a lot of these. A lot of these Pokemon I just like, I don't have anything to say. They're just really bad. I started learning Japanese. I got asked, how does your keyboard work? So you just type in the English, like letters, and if you hit enter, it then goes to Japanese. So, for example, if I wanted to type food, what I actually typed in English was this. And then it appears like this. $5 donation from Silver. We should set up a drinking game for whenever you end up saying this thing's horrible, which it may be a lot of them. I mean, I'm not sure yet. We'll see, okay? We'll see. I mean, a lot of them will be horrible, but it's not like surprising. They're just like obviously bad. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for people to join, and we're also setting things up. Are any of these mons going into S tier? 2 of them. So let's see. Given the levels, would the Unova mons be more viable? I have bad news for you, my friend. I have bad news for you. So do we actually need all of these tiers? I don't know. Like, there's so few Pokemon to talk about. So let's think about what the actual differences would be. So S would be, like, auto-use, right? You should definitely use them. They sweep the entire game. Also, do you have any chance for the Imported Cheese Fresh channel? It's expired. No. Chandelure is pretty good. I have bad news for you. Get rid of the C tier, only like 3 mons would be in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them would be in. Maybe drop B and D. I think we can get rid of 1 tier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here, so we do have 6. Because Area Ogre, or Area 0, I don't know how you would say this. This is just going to be these 4 that are basically unranked. Do we count hidden abilities? Probably not. Because you can't really get... hidden abilities in the game. This is Warcraft 3 music, yes. Are you gonna mention the version exclusives between DLCs? I guess so, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the boulder was not in the base game. He actually wasn't, which kind of shocked me. How do you even get hidden abilities? I think you can get them from, like, Terra raids? Or use the ability patch. Area Zogre, make it a RuneScape reference? I farmed Zogres for Slayer. So let's talk about what each tier actually would be before, like, we decide whether or not to keep or delete them. So S would be, like, auto include, like, the best Pokemon. They, like, sweep the entire game. And I think 2 Pokemon would go there. Area A would be really good, but has some sort of weakness. Like, maybe they're not good for the entire game. Would any Pokemon here go there? I think... I'm looking at everything now. I would put 2 Pokemon there. B would be pretty good, or like usable, but with like a serious flaw. So most likely every Pokemon that is like strong but way too slow would go in B. So there would be like 5 or 6 that go there. Like Timber would go in B. C tier is for like whatever water types, and there would be like 5 or 6. D tier would be like seriously flawed, but not completely useless. And then Kitakami's Finest is completely useless. So I think we would actually use all of these tiers. Yeah, Geodude would also go in B. That's what I'm thinking. So having heard that, do you think we could delete any tiers? How do you get the Gen 4 starters? Jacques gives you an egg. You can find Jacques right outside of the town. And then... he'll give you one of the eggs. Maybe delete A. Thoughts on Kieran? My wife loves him. You should consider a divorce. She's unwell. Hopefully that's not too intense a retort. I just don't see how anyone could think that any of the characters are engaging. Who is your favorite DLC character? Mine was Chicken Kids. Yeah, I guess a less intense way of voicing my feelings would be what Narga119 said. I'm baffled that people think the characters are interesting in any meaningful way. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. How can your standards be so low? Have you ever seen any other piece of media? Absolutely awful. What do I think of Kieran? Where is he? It's not in alphabetical order. Awful. I'll crush him. If he was actually FE9 Kieran, he'd probably be crushing me. He's really good. We might be able to get rid of A. Thoughts on Luna Bros, Ursaluna plus Blood Moon? A little disappointing. I thought it would be more interesting than just special Ursaluna. I think we would actually use all of these tiers. Let me just think, because who would I actually put in A? I'm not saying it out loud because I don't want to tell you guys, but I think I would put... I'm like looking through it now. 1. I would only put 2 Pokemon in A. No, it would be 3. But there also aren't that many Pokemon. We'll keep it for now, and then we might, like, condense some stuff. Are you considering viability from both a fresh file and for post-game? Just for a fresh file. 26 minutes in and not a single Pokemon ranked? Look, man. We're tidying up, okay? People are excited about tidy up. Alright, so we'll aim to start at 7:30. I think we are ready to go. Why not just do usable Pokemon, semi-usable, and oh my god, this thing's horrible? I mean, we have the flexibility to differentiate more, right? Because there are so few Pokemon. When I have a rock next to my name, it's because you remember the YTC Institute. It must be because somebody gifted you a membership. It means you can use the emotes. Fuse A and B into a decent tier, but I think there is a difference. Rabombi seems decent. Are you okay? Are you okay? Will high evil levels matter for mons like Volibee? Yup. Yup. Okay. Oh boy, I'm a new fan. I found your tier list last week, watched them in order. Great videos, thank you. Well, welcome to the live. Okay, so when we have... Let's see if the emotes should work. So let's see. What's a Pokemon that's not like too much of a spoiler? I guess... Does availability matter? Well, they all have the same availability. So yes and no. Because they all have the same availability. So yes, availability does matter, but they all have the same availability, so it kind of doesn't. Alright, so this could be the test, I guess. So, I know the answer, but I'm quizzing you. And, like, there's kind of an implicit question here. So, you'd have to be a long-time viewer to know. But, if I ask you, does Macargo pass or fail? Send the appropriate emoji. Does Macargo pass or fail? Okay, some people know, some people know. The correct answer is that... he fails. So I do have graphics for both of them. Does Infernape pass or fail? Does Infernape pass or fail? Correct, okay, yes, good. He passes. Okay, so we are gonna use the Gogoat Gradient here. Audio on that is a bit loud. Okay, I can turn it down. Stream froze? What made Gogoat the benchmark? Don't worry, we'll explain it. Why tier list? You just plowed through it without thinking? That's literally every Pokemon game. What special text does Gogoat even get? It gets Surf! Alright, I've reduced the sound on both of them. Will Macargo's ability to unfreeze your game affect its placement? Unfortunately not. Yes, so we will explain the Gogoat Gradient once we actually are like recording. I'm recording all of this anyway, but it's not going to be in the video. But yes, the Gogoat Gradient only applies to Pokemon that actually intend to use special attacks. So a Pokemon like Snorlax or Golem, while they have Trash Can special attack, they don't fail the Gogoat Gradient because they're taking a different class. So I think what we'll do is, obviously there's the Gogoat Gradient, which with the hype BG music, it's Warcraft 3, bro. This entire region must be purged. Infernape is a special attacker, it's a mixed attacker. It has the exact same attack and special attack. They're both 102. How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way! Have you lost your mind, Cheese? Have I? We should do a Warcraft 3 stream. That would be fun, I think. Erica? I'm sorry, Cheese. I can't watch you do this. I saw Cheems Mawile in a video you made. Can I have that PNG? You can! Just join my Discord, link in the description. And then I think I do have the PNG there. Would Uther be in chat? Does that mean I have to kill chat? Spoilers, Uther dies. Alright, so we are going to start in a moment here. But before we do that, somebody did remind me. Please make sure to smash that like button. You can see the like count increase in real time. Wow. I think that does help because the stream did just start. And also, special thanks to the mighty Patreons you see on screen now. Eevee is not in the DLC, but thanks to all of these mighty Patreons, I am able to make this my full-time job. The past 2 months have been positive by like $100, which is amazing. Of course, I'm working illegal hours, but it's definitely worth it, okay? Thank you. And also, if you evolve into a mighty Patreon, you can actually see a fully edited video right now that is not available to the public. It is the glitch video, which all of you filthy poor people can see tomorrow. That does sound really aggressive. Obviously, please do not evolve into a Patreon unless you can comfortably afford to. I am okay without the support, but I do appreciate it. Also, Confused Genesis evolved into a Patreon yesterday, but he's not in the graphic. He'll be in the next one, sorry. Will there be any consideration towards new TMs? I guess so, but I don't think it matters in any cases. Alright, any last minute questions before we actually, like, start recording? For people who, this is just a disclaimer for people who have never, your tree, right? No way, it's your turn. This is a disclaimer for people who have never been in one of the live tier lists, who have maybe only seen the edited versions. So in the edited versions, obviously I only say every line once, but sometimes in the live versions, I have to do, like, retakes. So I'll say, like, the exact same thing, like, 2 or 3 times. But it's just to make sure that I have a good take that can actually go in the video. So I'm not, like, glitching out. I'm doing it just to have insurance to make editing easier. Have you ever played WoW? I have. Guess which class I played? Maybe it's kind of obvious because I shout all of the paladin lines. We're just using your overall team for the main story rank on this. It's not ranked at all. So we will explain we'll explain the criteria. I'm just assuming you're doing a fresh file and just going to Kitakami immediately. I believe you can go to Kitakami right away. So that makes I was Horde? Yes. So I was a Warlock until they added paladins to horde. And then I re-rolled, so I could be a protection paladin. Specs tinted lens Yanmega wants to know your location. Yanmega's probably going to be in B. Build more farms? You must construct additional ziggurats. I was an undead warlock. You'd never believe that, right? Your facial hair makes you a fine example of the inclusive Paldean student population. I was considering shaving, but it's too much work. And yes, learning at any age, so... I can guarantee you Kitakami is available as soon as you unlock 3 storylines and you're right. Okay, thank you. Do you know if, So I know there's only 2 modes of scaling. Tauren Shaman. I had a Tauren Druid. Are items going to play a role in the tier list? They kind of do, but the only one that really matters is, like, Choice Scarf. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so do you know... I know that there's only... It's like, the level scaling's like binary. It's like either you've beaten the game or you haven't. So, are the unscaled levels consistent? Or are the unscaled levels... When I say unscaled, I mean like before Way Home. Are the unscaled levels like 10 to like 30? Or is it... Are they all like level 15? And then I think once we answer that, we will actually start. I actually have the intro for the premium already recorded. I recorded it at the Tokyo Game Show. Ooh. They didn't do proper scaling? Nope. All the mons are either 25 to 35 or 65 to 75. Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you. Before and after the Area 0 stuff, they're 10 to 30. Okay. And endgame Teal Mask is mid to late 30s, right? And then Ogrepon, unscaled Ogrepon is level 20, right? Did you actually go to TGS? Was Yoshi P there? He was, and I saw him. But I didn't meet him because I didn't sign up for it. Whoops. But I was there. He looked right at me. I'll have to ask about the TGS Cheese Adventure sometime. There will probably be a Patreon exclusive video. Don't worry, you won't miss much. It's like, it'll be like 2 minutes long. I gotta say, Tokyo Game Show was really disappointing. There really wasn't anything exciting there. It was kind of sad. But Yoshi P was there. Why do they even call him Yoshi P? Because his name is Naoki Yoshida. Where's the P? He probably thought to himself, wow, is that famous YouTuber imported cheese? What an honor. Alright. I think we've built our base for long enough. We can start. Alright, so no more Warcraft 3 music. Let's go to... Oh, it's producer. Okay, I thought it was the director. Let's go to actual, like, Pokemon. Yeah, let's actually go to, like, Pokemon music. So let's see. Pokemon. I like the lo-fi mix. This one's really good. How's the volume on this once it starts? I'm looking at it in my... It's a little bit low, but it should pick up in a little bit. I know you can barely hear it now, but it should be okay. A tad bit louder? It's gonna get louder on its own, don't worry. It'll be at about this this volume, probably. Alright, so I think we actually are gonna start now. So, thank you all for your patience. Hopefully you've enjoyed so far. We're actually gonna start our field trip now. I should probably move my mic a little bit. Alright, so we are still gonna have to, like, explain things in the premium. So we're gonna do all of that. So it's not gonna sound new. But we actually are gonna be, like, on camera now. Like, it is actually going to be recorded. So how do we actually say this? Oh, a student! Or, like, a long wait for the school bus. You have to get on the plane. What is it? Just got off the plane. I can't wait to rank all these Pokemon. Hiya, Cheese. Unfortunately, I won't be participating in the live since it's already past midnight here in the U. Need to go to work, but I'll be in the background. Oh, an outsider. Okay. Oh, that could work. Oh, an outsider. What do you want? You must be here to learn about. Okay, all right. Oh, an outsider. What do you want? You must be here to learn about all of the powerful wildlife here in Kitakami. You're watching the premium version of the Teal Mask DLC in-game tier list. That's probably fine. Oh, an outsider. So what am I actually trying to say here? So I guess, like, this is part 3? This is part 3 of the Scarlet and Violet in-game tier list. You'll find links to parts 1 and 2 in the description below. And part 1 is where I'll explain all of the criteria in depth. So if you're watching only this okay. Aren't both Paldea and Kitakami in the distortion world? This is actually part 3 of the in-game tier lists on Scarlet and Violet. I'll explain the tiering criteria in depth in part 1, so if you're watching only this part, you'll be getting an abridged version. It'll still probably be like an hour and a half long. Oh, third segment? I should say third segment, yeah. I should also thank Svancy Ian for the gracious gift of convenience. Thank you. 10 more interns very voluntarily enrolled at the YTC Institute. This is the third segment. This is the rare third segment in my Scarlet and Violet in-game tier lists. You'll find segments 1 and 2 linked in the description below. You are intended to watch all 3, so I'm not going to explain everything that I already did in... You are intended to watch all 3 segments, so I'm not going to explain all of my tiering criteria again. I'll just give you an abridged version in this short and concise video that'll probably still be like an hour and a half long. Okay, I think that take will work. That take will work. I should probably explain what an in-game tier list is. So, like, very quickly, what is an in-game tier list? Very quickly, what is an in-game tier list? So, an in-game tier list is how useful I think these Pokemon are during your main playthrough of the game. So I'm not considering anything else. I'm not considering availability. I'm not considering aesthetics. I'm purely considering how much these... So what is an in-game tier list? Real quickly, what is an in-game tier list? An in-game tier list, I'm gonna be... So real quickly, what is an in-game tier list? I'm gonna be ranking these Pokemon based on how efficiently they help you get through the main story of the game. So that is through to the way home segment of the story. I'm not considering anything else, so I'm not considering how much I personally like the Pokemon. I'm not considering how good they are in competitive. I'm pretty much only considering how efficiently they clobber the story battles. For me, Imported Cheese, the guy making the list, For me, Imported Cheese, the guy making the list, what really matters is offense. For me, Imported Cheese, the guy making the list, what really matters is offense. So the Pokemon that will do well on this list are the Pokemon that move first and knock out the enemy, and then just repeat that until the game is over. You're probably aware of this, but this is a baby game. So, you're probably aware of this, but this is a baby game where you have a massive advantage over your opponent. So if you're not knocking them out in one hit, you're just wasting your time. Just because a Pokemon can win eventually in like 10 turns doesn't mean they're good. To me, that in fact makes them quite bad. I think that's good enough for the criteria, right? And then we'll explain more as we go through each Pokemon and like how it actually pertains to them. Red Pepsi with gracious gift of convenience. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So other things to explain, we have to sort of like give an overview of the Pokedex. We have to explain each tier. Then we have to explain the Gogoat Gradient. And then we can start. An ogre view? Okay, I guess we will say that. That's a good line. What you can see on screen now is an ogre view of all of the new Pokemon added in the Teal Mask. You might think that, wow, there's not that many Pokemon, and you would be right. The Kitakami Pokedex has 200 new Pokemon, but I think 101 of them were actually in the Paldea Dex. And the other 99 are just returning Pokemon from old games. The 3 Sinnoh starters are actually not in the Pokedex. I only included them because I want to provide you with extra content. How generous. If you're familiar with the stats of the Pokemon on screen, you're probably thinking that, wow, we're in trouble, because aside from Pokemon Coliseum, which I don't think will ever be dethroned when it comes to having just the most garbage roster, this is probably in second place. This roster is really, really bad. Ah! The egg is, you don't have to do anything, you just pick up the egg immediately. Can you get a physical counterpart of the Gogoat Gradient? I'm not sure. What would that be? The nicest thing I can say about the Kitakami Dex is that it's connected to the Paldea Dex, so you can just use the good Pokemon from the Paldea Dex. Oh! Oh, the Vanillix Gradient is good, because that would be like 90, right? Vanillix would be the counterpart, but I don't want to put Vanillix in my videos. What do I say? I guess I should make a note about availability and level scaling. Quick note about availability and level scaling. The DLC does have level scaling. Kind of. It's... I guess? Quick note about availability and level scaling. So, scaling... Quick note about availability and level scaling. So this DLC does have level scaling, kind of. I think most people assume that level scaling is a gradient. That word choice might be foreshadowing. But it's just binary. It's just, have you beaten the main story or haven't you? If you have, everything suddenly jumps up to like level 60 or 70, but it like doesn't evolve. So you're going to be finding level 60 Poochyena. For this list, I'm assuming that you're going to Kitakami as soon as you can, which is basically as soon as you can reach the school, in which case everything ranges from, I believe, between levels 10 and 30, and you're supposed to just do the entire Kitakami adventure. I guess you could fly back and forth between Paldea and Kitakami, but, like, you make the school pay for a flight each time. You wouldn't do that. Okay, there we go. I think that works. I didn't actually mention availability. Give a nice cream graphic for the attack gradient. Heatmore has 97 attack. That's pretty funny. Almost all of these Pokemon in Kitakami are available. Almost all of these Pokemon in Kitakami are available as soon as you actually... Almost all of these Pokemon in Kitakami are... Availability does matter in my tier list. The earlier you get a Pokemon, the more favorably I look upon it, because there's more of the game it can help you with. Pretty much every Pokemon in Kitakami is available immediately, with 4 exceptions that we'll talk about when we get there. Okay, that works. Ogerpon, it's 5. Ogerpon, you can actually get, though. It's not, like, locked behind the... I mean, like, it's locked behind the story. But the 4th that I mean, these 4 here, they don't scale at all. So they're basically, like, unusable in the actual game. $3 donation from... Peeboo. Furret walk until GF learned to mad video game. I'm not really sure what that means, but thank you for the $3. Can somebody translate? I understood, like, the first half of the sentence. Oh, make video game. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Anything else to say? We have to describe what the tiers are, then we have to talk about the Gogoat Gradient, and then we're ready to go, right? I did talk about availability. I talked about my criteria. I talked about level scaling. I think we're making pretty good time, right? Yeah. So what are the actual tiers? I'll describe them real quickly. So the S tier, these are Pokemon that I would say are auto-includes. They can sweep the entire game, either from the start or once they're up to speed. It's definitely worth investing in them. Pokemon in A tier are very good. They probably take a little bit of work to get going, and they're not quite a clean sweep. Almost. 53 minutes and only half the criteria recorded. Have you considered adding a comment about the EXP charm to the tier list since it makes everything better? I don't think so. You're the only YouTuber who's actually honest about the games and not just a Game Freak advertiser in disguise. It's probably because I'm too small, right? Because I don't actually have a working relationship with Game Freak. I can just say that the game sucks. Can I speak Arabic from living in Egypt? I cannot. So what are the actual tiers? At the very top, we have S tier. These are Pokemon that can sweep the entire game. You should definitely use them. A tier Pokemon are very, very good. They probably just have some stumbling blocks. Maybe they need like a high level, or they need some sort of investment, but once they're ready to go, they're pretty good. Pokemon in B tier, I would say, are flawed but usable. This is probably where we're going to put all the Pokemon that are very strong but are just too slow. The C tier, this is for the plethora of interchangeable water types that I like don't have anything to say of. The C tier, this is for the flood of indistinguishable water types, but water is like pretty good, so just throw them in the sea. D tier, these are for Pokemon that are critically flawed. I would say they are definitely not worth using, but if you like them, they can be, like, barely mediocre if you invest way too much into them. And at the very bottom, we have Kitakami's finest. These are Pokemon that I would describe as hopeless. Like, there's really no reason to use them at all. They're a total waste of your time. And then just to cut off, and because I imagine this will confuse a lot of people, I'll just put the Pokemon here now. So Area 0? Grr? How do you read this? This is for Pokemon that you just can't use because they're not really in the main game. So I'll just put the Pokemon there so that people know what's actually happening. So Blood Moon Ursaluna, Okidogi, Munkidori, and Pheasantipede do not scale at all. They're always level 70. So by the time you can actually capture them, the game is basically over. So we will talk about them, and we'll sort of like theory craft about where they would be, but they're basically unranked. Okay, I think that works. The whole deck should go in Area Ogre. Okay, there we go. Is the Guidance Counselor with us today? The Guidance Counselor is not, so we can speak freely. I think the Guidance Counselor is, are they even loaded? No, the Guidance Counselor is not even loaded, so there's no chance that the Guidance Counselor shows up. I'm gonna pick up dinner. Can you wait 20 minutes for me? No, I will not. But it is a joke. What's the Guidance Counselor? Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, Hisuian Growlithe is also... Oh yeah. Hisuian Growlithe is tied to the Blood Moon Ursaluna event, so Hisuian Growlithe is also in Area Zogre. Oh. Oh, and somebody reminded me, Hisuian Growlithe is tied to the Blood Moon Ursaluna event, so Hisuian Growlithe is also in Area Zogre. The Guidance Counselor meme better stick. He might be back in the Indigo Disc, we'll see. Please let the Guidance Counselor be a staple when you play a Pokemon game? Maybe, but I don't want to have to, like, explain it every time. Should I mention something about... availability changes for old Pokemon? Because I think the only one it really affects is, like, Heracross. So I haven't listed any of the... I haven't listed any of the Pokemon that overlap between the Paldea and Kitakami decks. The main effect that would have is that certain Paldea Pokemon are now available much earlier. So if you want to crush another game using a level 15 Heracross, well, now you can do it in Scarlet and Violet as well. There we go, I think that works. What's the matter, trainer? I think we can now talk about the Gogoat Gradient and the emojis, and then we can start. So probably about 10 minutes away from starting. Pretty fast for a cheese tier list. Also, remind me to record something about, allowing people to skip the criteria. As I drink this coffee, I'm really tired. $5 donation from Lord Zemnis 13. Here's my bribe to be nice to Ariados. Thank you for the donation. I won't comment further. This is going a bit quick, so you don't want to talk about criteria for another hour or two. Alright, let's see. So who do we use as an example for the Gogoat Gradient? We'll have an example of somebody who passes, and then as for somebody who fails, we'll just do that during the actual list. That's what we'll do. Okay. Rabombi? What about Rabombi? Oh, Rabombi fails? Okay. There's tons of ones that fail. Istra, thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the gracious gift of convenience. So I guess for like not spoilers, we'll see. So here at Paldea, we have a special grading system. Back home in Paldea, we have a special grading system based off of our top champion, Gita, who uses the unstoppable rename Area Ogre to Ogre Ousted. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, we're actually renaming Area Ogre to Ogre Ousted. Now, back home in Paldea, we have a special grading system based off the teachings of our top champion, the unstoppable Gita, who wields the mighty Gogoat. She was the only one who could tame its power. Gogoat is a truly incredible Pokemon. Never have so many stats been so useless. For our purposes, Gogoat's most important stat is its bizarrely high 97 special attack, despite the fact that Gogoat's only real special move is, like, Surf. So we've implemented the... Based on Gogoat's very distinctive stat spread, we've implemented the revolutionary new Gogoat Gradient. What is the Gogoat... The Gogoat Gradient is our check to see if a special attacker... The Gogoat Gradient is our way to check whether a... So the Gogoat Gradient is our benchmark for mixed and special attackers. The Gogoat Gradient is our benchmark. So the Gogoat Gradient is our benchmark for competent, mixed, or specially focused attackers. Now, I'm gonna be firm and explicit. YouTube, don't ban me. The Gogoat Gradient does not apply to physical attackers. So, for example, the Boulder Golem has garbage special attack, but you would never special attack... But you would never use special attacks with Golem anyway, so Golem does not fail the Gogoat Gradient. Pop quiz for the live viewers. Does Infernape pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? Vote now on your phones. using the Gogoat emojis. Well done, class. Infernape with 102 special attack does pass the Gogoat Gradient. What Pokemon fail the Gradient? No spoilers, but there's a lot, don't worry. Okay, they're gonna take my... Apparently Infernape has 104 special attack. I'm sorry. Apparently Infernape has 104 special attack, so although it passes the Gogoat Gradient, I've failed. Labman fails the Gogoat Gradient. I think we'll also do what we did. The last time we did this was for the main games tier list, which was I think that was like 3 months ago at this point. So I think we will actually do what we did for that game, or that game tier list, where if you think somebody should be placed higher, use Tsuchi Coin up. If you think somebody should be placed lower, use Tsuchi Coin down. And if you think it's in the correct placement, then go ahead and use How Convenient. I think we will do that as well. Yeah. Am I missing anything? I've got all of those. Oh, Machamp actually is here. He is loaded, but is he above the... Yeah, he is here, so... I don't know if he'll threaten me after certain placements, but he is here. Is Machamp even in Scarlet and Violet? He's not. Let's see. Question from Goff Gilda. Will you ever do an in-game tier list for X and Y? That's a good question.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For upcoming tier lists, press 1. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... eventually. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
To answer your question, eventually. Alright, I think we are ready to start. Is the Machamp based on something? Oh yeah, it's from a SpongeBob episode, but I mean it was a fish and not Machamp in that. Should we zoom in, or is this big enough? I think this is big enough, right? The Endless now. An hour and 10 minutes in and no Pokemon rank. That's still faster than average, I think. Zoom in a bit? Okay, we can enhance. Will that be in the video? No. What was I thinking of? So I'll just describe what the emotes are, and then we'll start. On mobile, it looks too small. Well, how about you watch on a real screen? How about that? You want me to cater to every person's minor complaints? I can't do that, okay? I'm trying to run an inclusive show here. Destroy your mobile phones and help me out, okay? I'll probably zoom in. How do I vote if I don't have access to the emojis? It's pay to win. It is pay to win. There's a poll tax, okay? Maybe somebody will gift you an emote. Second class viewer. You're watching this on your Rotom phone? Did you buy a selfie stick? Okay, so I should describe the emotes. For people watching the premium, I should describe the emotes that you're gonna see people spamming. So, when people think that... For people watching the premium, I'm just gonna describe the... For people watching the premium, here's a key to the emotes that people are gonna be spamming. So, when people agree that a Pokemon is placed correctly, they'll use convenience. If they think the Pokemon should be ranked higher, they'll use Tsuchino-coin up. And if they think the Pokemon should be ranked lower, they'll use Tsuchino-coin down. And if you'd like to vote, well, you gotta be there for the live. Not that your votes actually matter. I don't actually listen to you guys. This is my opinion, okay? What a Tyranitar. Will you display the stats? Probably, if, I do actually have a window for the stats. So we probably will actually display the stats, when it's relevant. Oh, I messed that up. Hang on. The voices of the interns are acknowledged but not requesting. Genuine question, is it worth playing a Fire Emblem game? If so, which one? Is it worth playing a Fire Emblem game? If so, which one? That's a good question.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? Hopefully now you'll remember that I recommend you play Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. Alright, let's actually zoom in here. When is the Gen 3 starter video coming out? It's a good question. I won't play it, though. But I do have an auto response to that. I have 8. Because some of them are actually outdated by this point. But I do have to thank. And this is at least a short graphic. Lord Zemnis for the gracious gift of convenience. And now 5 more of you can vote even though it doesn't matter. Wow, it's just like voting in real life. Ah. Oh. Hello, $5 from Gruzilla. Hello, Cheese. You're currently being watched on your smart TV. Better than mobile. All right, let's actually zoom in here, and once the zoom is set, I think we can start. Obviously, I have to like adjust this window, right? Whoops. Give me a moment here. There we go. How's that? The only other voice that matters is the guidance counselor. You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of Frostmourne now. Maybe we will do a Warcraft 3 stream. I just started playing FE8 recently and I wasn't lying about Seth. Yeah, Seth is... He literally solos the game. It's so dumb. I think Seth is actually too good. I think he's so good that he makes the game boring. Because he's just the obvious best choice. Why would you use anyone else? Why did they make him so strong? Oh, he's a Jagan, so he has bad stats, right? No, he has the best stats in the game. Why? But it does make sense, right? Because he's like the best. He is like in the story, he's the best knight in Renee, right? So it does make sense that he's the best, but I think like from a gameplay standpoint, it's like it's a bad decision to make him so good. Alright, I think we actually are going to start. Seth got wounded before Chapter 1 and he's still the strongest? Well, I mean, like, I think that Valter is actually as strong as he is when you face him in the story. And you fight Valter in, like, Chapter, like, what, like, 20? But he attacks one of your units in the prologue and that unit doesn't die. That's kind of an indication of how strong Seth is. Is Jagan a Japanese term or a Fire Emblem term? It's literally a character's name. So if you watch the Pokemon Conquest tier list, and you watch where we talk about Carnivine, I think there actually is a timestamp to Carnivine. I have a really in-depth description of what a Jagan is. I might be trying to trick you into watching the Conquest tier list. But no, I actually do explain what a Jagan is, with graphics. So you should watch that for a detailed explanation. Alright. 230 people watching and not a single Pokemon ranked. It's very hard to describe what I do to my Japanese coworkers. They're like, oh, so like what kind of videos do you make? Like, oh, I talk about video games. Like, oh, you play the video games? Like, no, I talk about them. As there's a PNG on screen. Why would you watch this? Can you make a physical counterpart of the Gogoat Gradient? Maybe next time, but obviously I have to make these graphics ahead of time, so there's no Heatmore Gradient this time. I think we can finally start. So we just need a line for actually starting the list. So, like, thanks for waiting, but, like, I mean, more exciting than thanks for waiting. Or, like, it's time for class to begin? Or, like, what do we, How often do I use English outside of the internet? Never. I'm a games journalist. Let's take a field trip. What's the minimum speed to count as fast enough? For me, 80. 80 is fast enough. Let the lesson begin. Lab research begins. Classes in session. I can add, like, a school bell. Oh, I have to tell people that they can skip the criteria. Do I think in Japanese or English? English. Please let this be a normal field trip. Okay. With who? No way. So, who do we say instead of Frizz? For people who I guess aren't Americans, in the American show, maybe it's from Canada, but in this show, The Magic School Bus, one of the, I guess the Melvin character always complains about stuff. With Briar? No way. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hey, what's up? What did I miss? Just the criteria. Briar is Frizz if she was hot? You don't think Miss Frizz is hot? What do I say here? Okay, I have to tell people that they can skip the criteria. If you already know all the criteria, you can skip right to the rankings with the time codes below. But you don't know the criteria, so you should watch them. We'll do that. If you're just interested in the rankings, you can skip to the rankings with the time code below. How convenient. But you don't know the criteria, so you should watch the whole video. Okay, there we go. Whoa! That bell means that it's time to actually start the rankings. Please let this be a normal field trip. With Miss Briar? No way. Okay. Now I think we can actually start, like, for real. I know I've said that like 5 times. Alright. So just a quick reminder to everybody who might just be joining. When I do a placement, the criteria isn't in this vid. You said that at the start. I mean, we spent like an hour talking about the criteria. Just make sure you don't forget the time codes in the actual video. Have I ever done that? I think I do actually put the time codes in the videos, right? So just a reminder to people who maybe weren't here when I described it, because this is interactive. When I place a Pokemon, you can either put convenient, I think it's how con is the command. If you agree that it's placed correctly, you can put Tsuchinoko-in up if you think that it should be ranked higher, and you can put Tsuchinoko-in down if you think it should be ranked lower. So that's how you can make your voice heard, although I'm not actually going to listen to you. Don't forget to change the battery for the video. Alright. I hope you enjoyed using the Sinnoh starters in Diaper Remake and Legends Arceus, because they're back in this game. They're actually not in the Kitakami pokedex, but you can get them. Let's see. Do we really, though? I kind of feel like we're talking about Gogoat, played pre-recording, and then stream viewer things for an hour. There's still going to be maybe like 5 or 6 minutes of criteria. Was I thinking? I was thinking of I'm trying to remember. There's something else I wanted to say. We'll do it in 2 takes, okay? Start the ranking. Because you asked in all caps, I'm actually going to do nothing for 20 seconds. Don't tell me what to do, okay? You don't have enough badges to control me. Start the ranking. Well, because you asked in caps, I'm gonna do nothing for 20 seconds. I'm kidding. I will actually start this time. First up are the Sinnoh starters. I hope you liked using these guys in the Diaper Remake and Legends Arceus, because they're back again. Now, they're not actually in the Kitakami Pokedex. Like, you can obtain them, but there's no dex entries for them. I think that's really weird, but you can get them from a mystery egg that Jacques hands you right outside of Kitakami Town. I forget what it's called. It's a 1 in 3 chance. It's random which of the 3 you get, and you can get either lucky or unlucky. First up is Turtwig. You can maybe guess by the unflattering icon I used for it that I don't think Turtwig is very good. We may as well get this over with. I think Turtwig is terrible. And yes, I know it gets Shell Smash now. If you disagree with this rating, let me ask you. If Turtwig was just a random Pokemon, if it wasn't actually one of the starter Pokemon, would you think it was any good? No. It embodies a lot of the worst aspects of an in-game Pokemon. It is slow, and it is a grass type. It is slow, it is defensive, and its type sucks. Grass is ass. Oh. So I just said Turtwig is slow. How slow is it? Like, it's not even here, because it's not in the... I have to actually search for it. I guess I could have hit stats. .56 base speed slow. That's bad. My benchmark for fast enough for in-game is 80. 80 speed is about where you'll outspeed most things if you have a level advantage, which you will because it's in-game. We aren't using Pokemon DB this time. Where are my colors on the bars? Wait, this isn't even the right stat window, but it does actually fit, so I guess this is fine. What did I want to say? Man, this looks cool. Can I show the oh, here it is. Something that really hurts Turtwig is that Grottle is not part ground. It is a pretty much completely useless slow defensive grass type all the way up until level 32. And once you actually hit level 32, it gains the far better secondary typing. It also learns Earthquake when it levels up. So if you start with Torterra, it would be like very bottom of B, but you don't. You have to actually invest into the turtle. I don't think it's worth it. Pretty much the only reason why Turtwig is not actually in Kitakami's Finest is because it does actually get Shell Smash. You have to Mirror Herb it, which is quite a lot of work, but 56 speed, once you get the +2 from Shell Smash, you probably are going to be going first and sweeping the rest of the team. But the best Pokemon don't need any setup. They just win from the beginning, and Turtwig does not do that. Is this the worst in-game starter to date? Well, it's really... Well, yes, but it's also really not a starter, right? Somebody mentioned, is this the worst in-game starter to date? Well, yes and no, because it's not really your starter, right? You have to hatch it from an egg, which means it's going to be level 1. So it does get through those first levels really quickly. I mean, there is universal experience share. There is the flat experience charm boosting it. It can catch up, but one of the best things about starters in the normal games is that you start with them. And Turtwig doesn't even get that bonus here. I missed a member milestone, chat? Did I? How long ago was it? I'm scrolling up, I don't see one. I'm sorry. It must have been a long time ago. I'm sorry if I missed your milestone member, chat. Try Delta 5. I've member for 10 months. They get a rainbow badge. I should increase the membership fee to $2, and then people can actually type things. Don't worry, I increased the fee for your benefit, okay? Torterra is pretty good. It's not. It's really bad. Notorious Walls, member for 4 months. Just a Vermilion City, was that, Dondo badge. Worthless. Thank you for 3 months. It's even worse because it steals your chance of using the other 2 stars. I saw your message before. You sent it like 6 times. I'm gonna ask you please to not do that. It's okay, I'm not, like, actually mad. But I did see it, I just didn't really think it was worth mentioning. I guess we could say that I'm not... We'll say that we actually are being merciful to Turtwig here, because there is opportunity cost to obtaining Turtwig. If you get Turtwig, you don't get the other 2. And the other 2 are much better. So if I was being, like, truly vicious and anti-grass, I would actually put this in Kitakami's finest. But I'm gonna be nice. And only put it in D. How generous. Okay, I think that's everything for Turtwig, right? Anything else to say about Turtwig? I think we are done. Let me just see if I missed anything. It was just before we started tiering. Just before we started tiering is like 15 minutes. Unboosted Torterra does more damage than Infernape, but it moves second. And it has far worse moves. So it doesn't actually do more than Infernape. These lo-fi beats are good, I know, right? Subscribe to GlitchX City. Alright, next. Part of the reason why I wanted to include the 3 Sinnoh starters is because they cover the entire breadth of the tier list. Can you guess where Infernape's gonna go? I did enjoy using this thing in Diaper Remake and Legends. It's really good! It's kind of weird that one of the best indicators that a Pokemon is going to dominate an in-game tier list is that it's a monkey. I think we've had monkeys on like 3 of the thumbnails because they tend to just be really good. Let's go to Infernape here. I should just hit the stat button. So, the Chimchar line is pretty much the perfect in-game Pokemon. It's available super early. It is fast enough to always go first. It has one of the best... So the Chimchar line embodies pretty much everything that makes an in-game Pokemon good. It's available almost right away. It's really fast, so it goes first almost every time. It is a dual type, and that dual type is one of the best stab combos ever, firefighting. In terms of offensive stats, I would describe it... In terms of offensive stats, it's actually not that great, but it is good enough. As we learned earlier, it does pass the Gogoat Gradient. even though 104 mixed offenses are actually, like, not that impressive, Infernape does get away with it because we haven't even talked about one of the best parts of Infernape. Its move pool. This monkey has got all of the tricks. It learns pretty much every move you could ever want. So even though, like, stats-wise, it's, like, just kind of good, when you combine it with the fact that it's using Stab Close Combat, Stab Flare Blitz, Stab Fire Blast, Stone Edge, Elemental Punches. Believe me, it does enough damage, okay? Whether you do 200% or 100% of the enemy's health, the end result is the same. They're dead. Why would I pick Infernape in a game where I can Scarf Skeledirge and use one move? Because sometimes Scarf Skeledirge is actually an issue, right? You don't want to be locked into the Torch Song. I think being able to switch moves is actually important. Infernape does more damage with Earthquake than Torterra does? That's just untrue, right? Like, that's just false. Torterra both has more attack and does have stab. So I'm not really sure what you meant by that. Like, I know we don't like grass types here, but we don't want to just, like, lie. Torterra's Earthquake is stronger. Anything else to say about how many amazing monkeys do we have now? 3, I think. So, Infernape, Darmanitan, and Annihilape have all been, like, the best Pokemon in their games. He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. We can probably do a DK rap with just good monkey Pokemon. How many do we need? We need 5, right? So 2 more and then we can do it. Oh yeah, how many... So what's Torterra's BST? Is it 525? Oh, Rillaboom was pretty good, yeah. 525. Now, although we're not actually biased against... although we're not actually biased against grass types, Game Freak might be, because for some reason... although we're not actually biased against grass types, Game Freak might be, because for some reason they gave Infernape 534 BST? But Torterra only has 525. Why? Last thing we'll mention as a positive for... I'll probably cut this in earlier. Another nice thing about the Chimchar line is that it has no dud stage. It evolves into Monferno extra early at only level 14, and it gains the Firefighting Dual Stab from its second Evo, whereas both Groddle and Prinplup are still filthy pure types. The monkey is just better in, like, every way. It's really unfair. Okay. Yeah, no Grow Punch! Okay, I think that's everything for... Annihilate. That's everything for Infernape, right? It's pretty good. Raging Fury? Is it actually worth using Raging Fury? It's level 65. Daihungeki. It's just fire type outrage, right? Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah, I don't really think that's worth I'm sure it's a buff for some Pokemon, but one of the things about Infernape is that it has the best moves anyway, so it doesn't need it. Let's just get to... I have to do this because they're not actually in the decks. Imperte. There's a truck outside, so once the truck outside leaves, I'll go ahead and start. It could be worth it to make up for not super high offense, but it has two other better 120 base power fire moves. Monkey just has so many options. Okay, it's gone. Here we go. Piplup! I actually do have a Doge edit of Piplup, but I didn't use it because I don't think Piplup is that bad. However, I also don't think it's that good. Where do you think this is gonna go? Empoleon is pretty decent. Empoleon is actually, pretty decent. Question for the class. Does Empoleon pass or fail the Gogoat check? Oh. Question for the class. Does Empoleon pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? Wow, actually some mixed answers here. Stats. As you can see here, with 111 special attack, it is a definitive pass. Empoleon actually had the highest special attack of any starter, up to the point it was introduced in Gen 4. So offense is not the issue. Speed 60! That's an issue. And it doesn't even have Shell Smash. But it does have agility! Oh, cope. Doesn't even have Shell Smash. But hey, it's got agility. Oh. Main issues with Empoleon are that it's way too slow at 60. And the other issue is that Piplup and Prinplup are both like very mediocre. Mediocre bordering on bad. So I would say significant dud stages. One of the best things about Empoleon is that Water Steel is a super good type combo. You're like invincible. But you know who's also invincible? Every good offensive Pokemon. So it's not much of a plus in this for. One of the best parts about Empoleon is that the Water Steel type combo is amazing. It's like invincible. Blastoise was robbed, okay? Unfortunately, being invincible is not really a plus in this context, because you know who else is invincible? Every single good offensive Pokemon. Every single good offensive Pokemon, because they will just never get hit. Now, it's not an ice type, but here's some cold comfort for... Now, it's not an ice type, but here's some cold comfort for the Piplup line. You could do much worse. Now, it's not an ice type, but here's some cold comfort for the Piplup line. When it comes to water types in Kitakami, you could do much worse. There we go. I think we got it. But he gets competitive. Is competitive hidden or not? Yeah, it's hidden. So you can't actually get it. If you play on set, you take hits, though. You will take hits? Oh, yeah. Show of hands in the class. Who played Scarlet and Violet on set mode? Oh. Wolves Baseball 9 just mentioned, if you play on set, you take hits, though. So you will take hits. That's true. Who in the class played Scarlet and Violet on set mode? Raise your hands. It doesn't exist? Don't be ridiculous. Why would they remove set mode? It was in, like, Gen 1 through 8. Oh, the music stopped. Let's go to the next song. Let's go to part 2. Okay, now we can actually use the pokedex here. Once I hit backspace enough. Jeez, it's been nearly 2 hours. You just finished ranking the starters that are, like, not even in the dex. Alright, here we go. Now, these 3 Sinnoh starters are filthy outsiders imported from scary foreign lands. Here to offer our first true taste of Kitakami is number 1 in the Kitakami Pokedex, Spinarak. Maybe the outsiders were right. Maybe the outside world isn't so bad. Often imitated, never replicated, Spinarak is the original. Horrible stats! Horrible typing! Horrible moves! Just awful! What are Ariados's stats? Any further questions about Ariados's tiering placement? The hell is this? They buffed its BST by 10. They recognized Arios was too bad, and they decided to buff its special attack? They actually buffed its base stat total by 10. They recognized that Ariados was too weak, and they gave it the buff it deserved. Plus 10 special defense. Well, now it's viable. Why do chicks always go for the good bugs? Beat it, kid! Let's talk about Toxic Thread. Level 59? God. Now, people talk about the Scarlet and Violet discourse being toxic. You're not ready for Toxic Thread. If you level Ariados all the way up to level 59, you are rewarded with the signature move, Toxic Thread, which actually has a very powerful effect. So it's the combined effects of both Spiderweb, which traps your opponent in, and Toxic. So that actually saves you a turn on actually like trapping them in with Toxic Stall. Now that's actually like kind of useful in competitive, but in-game, that's, you know, kind of worthless. You don't want to stall. So Toxic Thread, not very useful. How many students could tell that I was lying? How many students could tell that I was lying? So the move I described was not very good. The move So the fanfiction move I described was not very good. It's actually way, way better than the actual Toxic Thread. So the actual Toxic Thread is just a combo of String Shot. It's actually bad String Shot because it's not a sharp speed drop. It's only one stage. And it's normal poison. It's completely worthless. You would never use this. Just like you would never use Ariados. There's a guy in Paldea that says Ola. You know what I say in response to him? Adios. Fails the Heatmore Gradient, there's no Heatmore Gradient. I don't have stuff for Heatmore Gradient. So if I mention it once, I have to mention it for everything. We're not doing that. Maybe next time. I guess we could do this move's horrible, right? We could do that. Shiny Ariados. Alright, so be honest. Be honest with me, class. No lying. Alright, be truthful here. No academic dishonesty. You had no idea Toxic Thread was even a move, right? So you believed me when I described what sounded like what might be a niche useful move? Let's read what Toxic Thread actually does. Toxic Thread poisons the target and lowers its speed stat by one stage. Both effects are independent from each other. The target's speed is still lowered even if it cannot be poisoned, such as if it's a steel type or if it already has a status condition. And the target is still poisoned even if its speed cannot be lowered due to clear body or if the stat is already at -6 stages. So it doesn't trap them. And it doesn't actually apply toxic. It's normal poison. Oh my god, this move's horrible! What? It's bad String Shot. String Shot is 2 stages. And it's not even toxic. It's normal poison. Why would you ever use this? And let's go a step further. Why would you ever use this? You wouldn't. There's a guy in Paldea that says Ola before he decides he's had enough of this cruel world and he phases out of existence. You know what we say to him in response? Adios. It's so bad. I think that's it for Spinnerack, right? We're done. Yanmega. What's Yanmega's speed? I have no idea. Wow, it's really good. It's actually really good. What? The Ogre Darner? It's all Ogre. Well, Ancient Power is like kind of high. It's like in the 30s though, right? Yeah, 33. Yanma! Guys, I've got huge news for you. All of the haters you never believed, but Megas are back! Yanmega is in this game. Yanmega's stats are actually really good. Like, wow, 95 base speed, more than good enough to go first. 116 special attack, hey, that's pretty good. That's more than Empoleon. To evolve into Yanmega, you have to level up Yanma while it knows Ancient Power, and it learns Ancient Power at level 33. Okay, so you have to use Yanma until level 33. So what are Yanma's stats? Uh-oh. Well, it does pass the Gen 4 Evolution Don't Lose Speed challenge, but it also doesn't gain any speed. Strangely, even though Yanmega has two really powerful abilities in the form of Speed Boost and Tinted Lens, it also doesn't really have an ability because Speed Boost doesn't really do anything because you're already fast enough. And Tinted Lens, for those of you who don't know, Tinted Lens doubles the damage of resisted hits. It's basically as if you had a real type instead of bug flying. So where does the Ogre Darner Pokemon end up landing? Yanma's pretty underwhelming, but Yanmega is pretty good. I don't think it's A tier good, but we can flit up to B, I think. Would probably be an A if Ancient Power is like level 20. Is Ancient Power TM in this game? As far as I know, no. Yanma's really good as a speed boost baton passer. Unfortunately, that does not matter in this list. If you put it that high, you need to raise Turd and Piplup. Why? Oh, yeah, we should see what its moves are. You have both of these as soon as you get to Yanmega. That's really good. Night Slash, that's weird. It's basically just Bug Buzz and Air Slash. Oh, Giga Drain. Shadow Ball. Well, that's like, I mean, this is okay. Well, no, it's not okay. It's pretty bad, but because of Tinted Lens, you can kind of get away with it. In terms of move pool, you have Bug Buzz. In terms of move pool, you've got the Buzz. You get it with Air Slash. And you get, like, Giga Train. Shadow Ball and Psychic, but it doesn't really need coverage moves because of Tinted Lens. So you should definitely go with Tinted Lens over Speed Boost. Not a bad showing for Yanma and Yanmega. Just wait till they add Mega Yanmega, which becomes a dragon type since it is a dragonfly, right? Any day, guys. Don't worry, guys. Actually, a really overall, like a really good showing for Yanmega. I'll actually sorry, I have to like disable the music for this just because it might mess up the recording. Overall, a really good showing for Yanma and Yanmega. Just imagine how strong it'll be once they add Mega Yanmega, which becomes a dragon type since it is a oh, I messed up. Really good showing for Yanma and Yanmega. Just imagine how strong it's gonna be once it evolves into Mega Yanmega and becomes a dragon type since it is a dragonfly, right? And they'll be doing that right after they release the Fire Emblem 4 remake. Fire Emblem Echoes Legacy of the Crusaders. See you guys there. Sad. I think that's done. That's it for Yanmega, right? Tropium Sniffed. We do actually have that as well, right? I think that is still loaded. Did I put it in? Oh, wait, it is. Take a deep breath. Wooper! So, Wooper was actually in the Paldea decks. You could trade a Paldean Wooper for a Jotonian Wooper. And even though I had Quagsire in my box, it didn't actually register in my Kitakami pokedex. You had to actually go catch one in Kitakami. Why does it work like that? And then in the edit, we'll probably add in the CDI Mario Spaghetti! So if you see other options for spaghetti, we can put those in the video. Should you acquire the sire? So we're gonna keep this kind of brief because we did actually talk about Jotonian Quagsire in the... So we're gonna keep this kind of brief because we did actually talk about Jotonian Quagsire in the other list. Do I think you should acquire the sire? No, not really. Don't let anyone ever tell you that derpy privilege isn't real. If Quagsire looked like, I don't know, like Bruxish, nobody would care. But because it's cute and because it shows up in weird places, like beating up Zacian for some reason, people will try to say that it's good. In the context that I am using, despite the fact that it has an amazing type in water ground, like let me be clear, great type. How far can type carry you? when your stats look like this. They can carry you to the sea. That's about it. Bro barely passes the... Well, no, we have to be clear here. So you can... He does not... He's not actually subject to the Gogoat Gradient. He doesn't fail, because he's not a special attacker. So we have to be fair in our assessments, okay? He fails the physical benchmark too. This tier list doesn't stop Quagsire because it can't read. Quagsire almost got cut from the Stadium 2 vid. Yeah, it almost did. Honestly, it probably should have been cut, but I guess I needed more content. I got a so if some of you guys are wondering why I'm like so irate, I get a lot of very annoying and confusing comments. So somebody commented on the Stadium 2 rental guide saying, like, I don't know if they were joking or not, maybe they were, but they said, like, pretending that this was a guide video to dupe people into watching 1 hour of unedited footage. Like, shameful. I feel like they had to be joking, because there's no way you could actually watch the rental guide and think that it's an unedited gameplay video. So I'm thinking now, saying it out loud, that has to be like a joke comment that I just missed. It literally starts with like an edited intro. There's edits like every 5 or 6 seconds. Like, I don't know how you could even say that. But I get comments like that all the time. That's why I'm sick of it all, okay? I have a question, why are the lousy starters marked as post-game, but the Sinnoh starters are not? Because you can just get the Sinnoh starters at the beginning, that's why. It must have been a joke. $2 Canadian dollar donation from Harker and Dummy. Randoms living rent-free in Cheese's head. I should charge them rent. I should do it. There really aren't that many water types here. Do we really need a C tier? There's actually like a fair amount of water types. Make them pay for the DLC. Anything else about Quagsire? I think we talked about everything. $2 donation from Karen, dude. You were loved and appreciated, Cheese. Your vids are good. Thank you. I mean, I should be clear. Let me be clear. Most of the comments I get are very positive. It's only a few that are like, what? And of course, pretty much any Scarlet and Violet video is going to have Scarlet and Violet defenders, which I have to destroy. I get them on every video. Some of the most confusing to me are when in like the Scarlet and Violet glitch videos, they're like, well, I didn't have any glitches. Well, that's great. Did you watch the video? The glitches happened to me, so... In my experience, the game is a buggy mess. Also, I don't believe you when you said you had no glitches. Why are you lying? Is Basque Legion missing or it's just cropped? It's cropped. It's on here. Actually, it has been a little while, so we're taking like a short break. Not quite like a real break. When I say a short break, I mean... I'm gonna play this graphic. Be sure to smash that like button. You can see the like count increase in real time. And I can shill for the sponsor of this video. The mighty Patreons. Thank you to the Patreons, link in the description. For making pretty much every video worth it, even if the video gets no views, because I do have Patreons. All of these wonderful people, they are all worth it. And if you evolve into a Patreon, you can actually see the next video early. It's available right now. It is a fully edited glitch video. I think you'll really enjoy it. And if you're a filthy poor person who has to prioritize things like food instead of giving money to an internet rando, you'll just have to wait till tomorrow morning to watch the video. I can't believe this lecture has an ad break. All right, let's get to the next Pokemon. Poochyena, I think, is actually the first Pokemon you face in the story. Poochyena. 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 People who say that Pokemon is a children's franchise must have forgotten the opening scene of Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, where two Poochyena tear Professor Birch limb from limb. Really shocking stuff. I can't believe they actually put that in the game. In the story, Poochyena is, I think, actually the first Pokemon you face, because the first story battle is Carmine, who leads with Poochyena. Well, this is a kid's game. You don't want to make the first battle too difficult. Question for the class. Imagine in your head what Mightyena's stats are. Go ahead and create a mental image. It's even worse than you thought, right? I think that's it for Mightena, right? It's just... Hey, at least a 420 total is kind of funny, right? Oh yeah, like, just compare this? Compare this? To Mobostiff. What is power creep? Oh, but Mightena evolves earlier, you're right. It's definitely better than Spinarak, though, sorry. Now leave it... Now at least Game Freak had some mercy though, because if you fight Carmine in the post-game, she starts with a level 60 Poochyena. Couldn't give her Mightena after you've already beaten the game. That would have been too difficult. Great level scaling, huh? Volbeat and Illumise. Volbeat and Illumise. Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, where these Pokemon are... Volbeat and Illumise. These Pokemon are introduced in Gen 3, which I believe released in 2003? Might be 2002. Either way, there is a chance that you, the legal adult watching this video, may actually be younger than these two. I want you to know that even if you failed at everything in your life, you've done more good for the world than these two. Oh my god, these things are horrible! Volbeat, more like Deadbeat. Look at these stats. They're worthless. They're worthless. Well, good thing they buffed its defense by 20 and its special defense by 10. Now it's viable. Do I even need to show you the moves? Here's the moves. They're bad. Hey, at least it gets Tail Glow, a +3 special attack boost. With 47 special attack. Why? Illumise. More like Delmise. Oh. Illumise. More like Demise. It's even worse. It's even worse. Special attacker with a 73 special attack. Oh! Pure bug. Well, at least it can boost that 73 special attack to workable levels with Tail Glow. I guess not. Like, I don't understand these Pokemon. Like, sometimes there's Pokemon like Morpeko, who, like, you know why Morpeko exists, right? It's a Pika clone. It's just supposed to be cute. These things are, like, nightmarish. They're, like, strangely humanoid. They're not cute. They're not cool. They're not useful. Why do they exist? Unironically, I think they're worse than Spinarak. At least Spinarak has a dual type. And it has better attack. I can't believe I have to justify Spinarak being above these guys. Kitakami's shame. Like, should we put them in... I don't know. I don't know if we need an even lower tier, but maybe. I think somebody was complaining about Piplup in C, but... I think most people who actually watch this segment will agree that Piplup is not that great. Entomb? That's a useful priest card. God, get the fly swatter. Get the fly swatter. Ah! Get the fly swatter. It's time to purify this tier list. Or maybe like call an exterminator. God, somebody call an... I'd call an exterminator, but this is an emergency. I'm just gonna get the swatter. Oh, we can do this. I'd call an exterminator, but this is an emergency. It's time to get swatted on stream. Ah! And then in the premium, I'll add, like, the fly swatting emote. That's probably a good way to end, I think. Purify? There is purification in the glitch video. It's also why I was playing Warcraft 3 music at the beginning. I think they actually buffed Illuminate. Breaking news! Breaking news! We were unfair! Breaking news. We didn't consider the ability Illuminate. Now, Illuminate, you might remember as a totally useless ability that's actually actively detrimental because it increases wild encounter rate. But they buffed it. Now, modern day Illuminate also prevents other Pokemon from lowering the accuracy stat stage of the Pokemon with this prevents other Pokemon from lowering accuracy, and it also lets you avoid prevents other Pokemon from lowering your accuracy, and you also get to ignore their evasion changes. Wow. Illuminate. Where is it? I gotta find it. I gotta find it, hang on. It's here somewhere. Unkempt streamer. Can't find props on demand. I found it. Illuminate. How about we eliminate it from the game? How about that? My hat. bad. All I see is blackness. Who are you trying to fool with that blindfold? Myself. Oh, he actually takes it off, right? Who are you trying to fool with that blindfold? Myself. I think this is the most attention that anyone has ever given to Volbeat and Illumise. I think we actually do still have that loaded. Shrouding Shadows. Jeez, how blind are you without glasses? Extremely blind. I can't even read my screen from this distance without my glasses. My glasses. Unkempt streamer. All right, next is Crawdon, right? Corphish and Crawdon. Massive beneficiary of the Gen 4 special split because it's Water Dark, which is actually a very good offensive type. Both of those types used to be special, but now they're both physical. Do you know Crawdon's stats? Whoa! 120 attack? That's like really good! 55 speed? That's like really bad! Oh, somebody asked, why does it have 90 special attack? It's a good question. And the answer is because it's from Hoenn. You like slow, frail mixed attackers? Have I got the Pokemon for you? Adaptability is actually super good. It doubles your stab bonus, but unfortunately adaptability is the hidden ability, which means that for in-game it's basically unobtainable, so I'm actually not counting hidden abilities. In the end though, adaptability just makes it hit harder, and it hits hard enough. That's not the issue. The 55 speed is the issue. Where does Corphish end up overall? It's got a great stab type. It's really slow. Not bad. Hey, maybe you could use Dragon Dance and then you might move first. Oh. Better than Piplup, who gets a great secondary typing? Yeah, I think it's better than Piplup. I think it also evolves earlier. Yeah, it's earlier as well. I'd much rather be Water Dark than Water Steel, like in-game. Having a strong Ice Beam on Empoleon is good, though. Yeah, but Empoleon only has a 20 special attack lead on Crawdon. And we can't forget that Corphish is one of the wielders of the mighty Crab Hammer, which actually is a pretty good move. If I was gonna cosplay as a student, maybe I should have shaved. It's really itchy. Swaddle. Grass Bug. That's not good. Real bad. But it could be worse. Some of you might actually be confused why this isn't in the finest. Do you know what Leaveney's stats are? They're actually pretty good, right? 103 attack, that's one less than Infernape. 92 speed is actually good enough. 500 BST? Like, wow. Good thing they gave it a 10 special defense buff, otherwise this would be Kitakami's finest for sure. Leaveney actually has a lot going for it. One of the best things about it is that it's a friendship evolution after Swadloon, so you can pretty much go to Leaveney immediately. Why is it in D? It's a bug grass type. Could these types be any more useless? Well, they could. I mean, I guess it could be a bug poison type. That probably would be worse. So, it escapes the finest thanks to early Evo and actually pretty good stats, but Bug Grass, you're not going much higher than this, sorry. Anything else to say about Swadloon? I think that covers most of it. I should really emphasize how bad Bug Grass is. On their own, both those types are pretty useless, and together, they don't really offer anything new. You just get the same amount of useless twice. Amazing. You can hit opposing grass types with Bug Stab. I should be clear, the only reason this thing is above Turtwig is because it evolves way earlier. Like, Torterra is better once you actually get Torterra, but you don't start with Torterra. Okay, I think that's it for Swaddle. Leaving as a friendship evo? Yeah, friendship evos are really fast, though. Really fast. You can just eat a sandwich, and then you'll be friends. Friendship evolutions are basically instant in this game. Because you get friendship from just walking around, and you just eat a sandwich, and then you'll be fast friends. Alright. Cutiefly into Ribombee. Question for the class. Does it pass the Gogoat Gradient or not? I see a lot of red arrows. "95 special attack." It's less than 97. You fail. Cutiefly. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Okay, but you can patch its special attack with Quiver Dance. At level 64. No thanks. Why is it higher than Swaddle? Fairy Bug is way better than Swaddle. And it is really fast. Like, there are some things that Leaveney might not outspeed. There's nothing that Ribombee won't outspeed. It's definitely going first. It's Fairy Bug, yeah. So you can actually Earthquake it. That's kind of weird. Anything else to say about Ribombee? Honey Gather gives you honey passively, which is free money. Remind me about free money when we talk about Applin, okay? Or Diplin. It's coming up soon. Alright. I think that's it for everybody. Okay with Cutiefly here? I don't think it's B. I think Yanma and Yanmega are significantly better. Wouldn't Speed Boost be considered slow to play through akin to Sandstream? Well, you would use Tinted Lens anyway. It doesn't need Speed Boost. It's like 95 base speed. Alright. Ekans. Or Ekans. Evolves into Chavok. Don't spell Ekans backwards at 3 a.m. We can go ahead and do this, I'd like you to picture in your mind Arbok's stats. It's worse than you remember, right? At least they actually gave it a real buff. They increased its attack by 10 to 95. You really couldn't even give it 100? Arbok is one of those Pokemon I'm amazed it does not have a regional form, because its counterpart is Sandshrew, who actually does have a regional form. Now, the regional form's terrible, but at least they tried something. Question, what does Arbok do? Answer, nothing. It's probably better than Arya does. Filthy pure type. That type is poison. Doesn't do any damage. Worthless. But don't worry, it gets a lot stronger once it evolves into Seviper. I guess one question I guess we are doing this. I guess we are doing this in a school format, so... Okay, trainers, which of these Pokemon evolves into Seviper? That's right, it's Arbok! Does Seviper even have better stats? I think it does. So here are Arbok's stats. And here's Seviper. I mean, hey. 100 is more than 97. Why does Seviper have worthless mixed offenses and a bad speed stat? What region is Seviper from? Arbok might actually be better because it is faster. But they're both too slow. What's the mon between Phantup and Geodude? It's one of the new Pokemon. It's Poltergeist. Bellsprout! Alright, question for the class. Does Bellsprout pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? People believe in victory! People believe in victory! Was their faith misplaced? The class was overwhelmingly correct. Victory Bell does pass by 3 points. So Victory Bell, it used to be complete garbage. Nobody used it ever. But then in Gen 6, they increased its special defense by 10 points. So now it's on every team. Well, I mean, it looks better than Seviper, right? Do you like kind of slow, frail mixed attackers? I don't. You might actually be confused by this. B for Bellsprout. We gotta go to more music. Is it because of chlorophyll? It is not. So the reason why Bellsprout is so high, I say as I put it at like the bottom of B, is because this is the first Pokemon we're talking about that is a stone evolution. So back when stone evolutions were introduced in Gen 1, stone evolutions were a trade-off. You could use your stone to immediately evolve and get better stats, but that did come at a cost. It meant that you no longer learned new moves. That was a real price back in the day, especially when TMs were single use. Now, after you Stone Evo and get your better stats, you can then free move relearn all of the best moves. So not only is Stone Evo not a downside, it is a massive upside. I don't know why they did this. But in Gens 8 and 9 where free move relearning is a thing, being a Stone Evo is a huge deal. It is a massive buff. So even though Victory Bell is like kinda whatever, it's kind of whatever immediately with really good moves. And that's why it gets to be in B. I don't know if we're quite victorious, but we haven't been defeated. For a Grass Poison type, that's pretty good. Anything else to say about Bellsprout? It looks like people just care about Ootachi, right? I don't blame you. Torterra belongs next to it? No way. No way. Okay, people are just spamming Ootachi. Trainers only care about one thing, and it's disgusting. It's Ootachi. Now don't get confused, okay? Centred is Ootachi. Furret is Ootachi. Get it right, okay? We love Ootachi. Part of love is recognizing strengths and weaknesses. We don't love Ootachi because it's any good. It's not. Early game filler Pokemon like Ootachi are the greatest victim of the open world design, because back in the day, you would actually use this because, like, what else are you gonna use? You use Pidgey? I think I'd rather use Ootachi. Yeah, sure. You didn't have other options. But now in the open world we live in, you can just get far better options right away. Why would you use Ootachi? Because you like it. It's about the only reason. Well, Papa Link likes Ootachi. Man, what a cute Dex picture. Pure normal with these stats. It could be worse. And if I don't bring it up now, I know people will talk about it in the comments. It does get Tidy Up, which is Dragon Dance Plus, although the plus part doesn't really matter because it removes hazards which don't happen in-game anyway. However, it's not like it learns it just by evolving into Ootachi. It actually is a breeding move, so you need a mirror herb to get it. And as with all Pokemon that rely on setup in-game, why set up when you could just win immediately? Oh, immediate coil, though. Maybe it'd be useful if it was a rare coil. Magnemite and Magneton in Japanese are called coil and rare coil. So Ootachi Oendan, so Ootachi Cheer Squad aside, people probably agree that this is where it belongs, right? Like, objectively speaking, it's not very good. Below Ekans? I think it's better than Ekans. I do think it's better than Ekans. Monkey isn't at the win immediately level, though. Its 104 offenses cover most things, but not everything. I would agree, except it gets the best moves. So it's using 104, it has 104 offenses with 120 base power stab moves, and that's enough. If it had worse moves, then I would agree it would need to boost. But you have a level advantage, and you have crazy moves. I think the monkey is strong enough to beat everything. Move ahead of Pooch? The Pooch has a better type. Alright, people are saying to look at Furret's move list. Does that save it? I mean, that's a lot of moves. Are any of them good enough? I don't think so, but hey, great move pool. One thing that Ootachi does that no one else does, one thing that Ootachi does that is very useful, if you wasted your money on Scarlet and Violet instead of an actually good game like Armored Core 6, you can get in the Furret mech and pretend like you're playing a good game. It's not quite the same, but Ootachi does his best, okay? And then in the premium edit, we can put the Ootachi mech. Armored Ootachi. There's gonna be like custom, I think when we do the Indigo disc, we're going to have a full Ootachi mech segment. So what do we actually call, what do we call it? Fluffy core? Furry core? Furret core? Something core. I'm open to your suggestions. Ootachi Alpha. Double O core? Oda core? Fluffy core? It might be Fluffy core. Fires of Furrycon. Does Armored Core 6 have a subtitle? It doesn't, right? It's just Armored Core 6. Ootachi Yoroi Corpse? Well, this is just Ootachi Armor Core, right? Long Core? Fires of Rubicon? It was introduced in Ruby, right? Oh, it does. Fires of Rubicon. So if we just spell it like Ruby... Furret Core Fires of Rubicon. Alright, well that's still like 2 hours away though. Oh, it's Gen 2, you're right. We'll think of something. For now, let's focus on this tier list that we've definitely not dawdled on. Diplin! So Applin is a Pokemon... Diplin! Applin got yet another new form. It now has 3 evolutions it can go to. I sure hope that Diplin isn't a slow defensive Pokemon with... Diplin into Applin. Applin has 3 potential forms it could go to. I sure hope that Diplin isn't a slow defensive Pokemon with a mediocre defensive type and underwhelming moves. And look at that. Special attack 95. Is that greater or less than 97? It's less than 97. It fails. I'm not sure I could think of a worse way to distribute these stats. This is so useless. So we were pretty vicious to Diplin. Top of D. It's not quite as... For people who are confused by this, it's not quite a Stone Evo. It's an Apple Evo. You can basically go and get the evolution item, the Syrupy Apple, right away. So although these stats are kind of lame, and you're really not going to be doing much with this, you're going to be doing what you can do right away. That's something. At least it's a dual type. That's something. At least it's a dual type. What kind of moves do we get? Okay, this is a rotten apple. You don't actually get any moves. People are asking what Syrup Bomb does. I know what it does. Bomb is right. Syrup Bomb inflicts damage and lowers the target's speed stat by 1 stage each turn for the next 3 turns. Wow! It's like a dot! Syrup Bomb inflicts damage and lowers the target's speed stat by 1 stage each turn for the next 3 turns. The value! Wow! So actually give them -3 speed over the course of 3 turns. Attached to a 60 base power move? Whoa! So if you give the target -1 speed, you still move second. Definitely not the Applin of my eye. We should mention here, though, that the evolution item for Diplin does actually allow you to generate infinite money. And I don't think it's a glitch. So the evolution item sells for 50 more yen? So the evolution item sells for 50 more Pokedollars than it costs to buy. You would never actually use this as your money-making method, because it's torturously slow to go through the menu each time to buy each apple one by one. But you can do it. It doesn't seem like it's something that should be allowed in the game. Another thing about Applin is that, as of the recording of this video, it is September 25th, 2023, there has not been an evolution announced for Diplin. However, it can currently benefit from Eviolite, which means that it is going to get an evolution later. Why does it benefit from Eviolite even though its evolution is still secret and isn't even in the game? And that's another place where we'll play Spaghetti! Can't you just buy... Question from Jeremy Rossi. Can't you just buy and sell in bulk? You must think this is a real game. Of course not. No, you have to go through the menu every single time to buy each one. Don't ever assume that there's actual quality of life features in a Pokemon game. Titus laugh moment. I guess we can redo that. Question from Jeremy Rossi. Can't you just buy and sell in bulk? Do you think we're playing a real game? No. You have to go through the menu each and every time to buy each apple individually from the unmanned store. So even though you could just nab all of them at once and run away with your dragon's horde, this is a dragon type. No. You have to sit there and go through each menu. Don't ever assume that you can actually do things conveniently in a Pokemon game. Vulpix. Vulpix evolves into Ninetales, fan favorite Pokemon. Question for the class. Does Ninetales pass or fail? Question for the class. Does Ninetales pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? '81 special attack. It's less than 97. You fail. Ninetales is one of those Pokemon that just has appalling stats that are way lower than you would think. Why is it so slow? Only 100? But it looks so fast. Why does it only have 81 special attack? It only has 5 more special attack than attack. This is worthless. Like, look what they did with Alolan Ninetales. They took useless stats and made them really useful. Why couldn't they do this for Ninetales? It doesn't even have... Like, it averages? Ninetales averages 9 special attack per tail. That's pretty sad. Check Arcanine's special attack, it's 95. So Ninetales is sort of supposed to be the special counterpart to Arcanine, who has the more physically inclined stats. Well, would you look at that? Arcanine passes. So we spent, what, 2 or 3 minutes? So in real time, we spent about 5 minutes slandering Ninetales and talking about how bad it is. A tier. Can you guess why? There is an answer. Yep. Stone Evo. Hard carried by Stone Evo. So while these stats are not very impressive, you can get them right away. But it's a while until you actually get a good... So while these stats are not very impressive, you can get them right away. But it's a long time till you actually get a good move to use, right? A tier. Why do they do this? Like, why? Why can you immediately Firestone and learn Flamethrower? Why? If this thing had actual stats, it would probably be an S. Or if it had Drought, but unfortunately Drought is hidden, so you're probably not getting it in-game. Just have to make do with Flash Fire. If you could actually pick your Sinnoh starter, would Ninetales be lower? Nah, I still think it's good. What did you rate Arcanine in base SV? I think Arcanine was in S. I did check it before this. Arcanine was rated more highly. Arcanine's definitely better. It's absolutely worse than Victory Bell? No way. There's no way it's worse than Victory Bell. I would rather be a filthy pure type. I think that Pure Fire is better than Grass and Poison. Because Grass and Poison are both worthless. And Fire is really good. I'm not biased. I know that's... when I say like I'm not biased, that's normally a joke, but... No, I'm really not biased. Fire is very good. Victory Bell's attacking stats are drastically higher. It's got like 20 more special attack. With way worse moves, because it's a Grass and Poison type. And Victory Bell has very iffy speed. 70 speed is... It's not a disaster, but it's not good. Is weather still broken? Do you mean broken as in, like, too strong, or like it doesn't work? I can't believe I have to ask that question. Both. It's definitely not worth setting up. I think the weather does actually function. Doesn't work. It does work, I think. I think if there's, like, overworld weather, you can't override it. Gee, since the official change, it's on Wikipedia? What change? I think Seed Bomb and Poison Jab via TM is more valuable than Flamethrower. You're a loyal viewer. Do I have to banish you? Think about occasions where you'd want to use Seed Bomb. Think about occasions where you'd want to use Poison Jab, both of which you'd have to use a TM for. And compare that to just starting with Flamethrower. Oh, weather not overriding overworld weather is intentional, okay. We mentioned it in the first segment, but overworld weather in Scarlet and Violet is a disaster. Overworld weather cannot be overridden, so if there's a sandstorm when the battle starts, using Sunny Day or having your hidden ability Drought will not actually change it. So because of that, even if you could get Drought, I'm not sure if Ninetales would actually move to S. But you're really undervalued how good Shell Smash Torterra is. How many mid-speed mons that don't always go first are higher than it, go second once, and then destroy everything? So all these Pokemon will go first for sure. Well, not for sure, but almost certainly. Shell Smash is bad. Also, Shell Smash is Mirror Herb. It's not even like level up. I don't think I'm undervaluing it. I think it's really bad. Like, it's probably worth using if you're doing it on Torterra. But, like, it's not worth it. Like, why would you do all of this? Just use a Pokemon that doesn't have to go through these hoops. I like the Candy Apple. That's unfortunate. Master of the Arena. I like the Candy Apple. Are the gates open? Alright, I think that's it for Vulpix, right? Everybody okay with Vulpix in A? This is like a begrudging A. Grudge bad move, by the way. High B tier. I would put it in B, but low A is fine. Is water actually particularly good in Kitakami? I thought there were a lot more grass types than usual. Are there? They're like, this isn't how you actually, this isn't about how you actually do in Kitakami, though. Because there really isn't anything in Kitakami. It's like, what, 5 battles? Oh, Giga Tweet, welcome to the YTC Institute. So that's about Mirror Herb moves. How early can you get it? I think Cheese already stated he's assuming you're going to Kitakami without being the main game first. I'm not saying you can't use Mirror Herb, but it's like an extra step. It's more hassle that other Pokemon don't have to go through. And just buying the Mirror Herb, you have to actually go get the Pokemon that can Mirror Herb Shell Smash onto you. And that Pokemon has to get Shell Smash. It's so much extra work. Alright, next. Poliwrath. Poliwrath. Water fighting. He's not actually subject to the Gogoat Gradient because he is a physical attacker. How good's Poliwrath? It's not good at all! When you see balanced stats like this, you know you're in trouble. Good thing they buffed its attack by 10 points. Couldn't give it 100? It's a fighting type. You really couldn't give it 100? It's 20 points slower than Poliwhirl. Couldn't just leave it at 90 speed? Oh, I said Poliwhirl. It's 20 points slower than Poliwag. You couldn't just keep it at the same speed? Levels Weeping Bell. Now Poliwrath, people have been bringing it up. Poliwrath is a stone evolution. Does that help? Now, people have been bringing it up. Poliwrath is a stone evolution, so as soon as you get to Poliwhirl, you can then access Poliwrath's stats, and you can get those juicy move relearns. So, Victreebel got things like Leaf Storm. What does Poliwrath get? Oh. It's nothing. Oh, but it gets Hydro Pump! 110 base power stab! base special. I think it's pretty definitively... I think the stone evolution aspect really doesn't help it at all. How do we end this? It's definitely not wrathful. Polyrath, more like poly... What's like a mild form of wrath? Polyrath? Polylaugh? We could do Polyrath. Because it combos with something we did earlier. Polyrath! More like Polylaugh! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! So Polyrath is a physical attacker. I'm using that term very generously. Polytoad is definitely meant to be a special attacker. Question for the class, does Polytoad pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? Wow, people are saying it fails. You guys have so little faith. You were right not to believe. It fails. Doesn't even get Drizzle, because Drizzle is the hidden ability. So similar to Polyrath, Polytoad is an instant Evo, but it's very inconvenient because it is a trade Evo. We talked about this briefly in the previous segments of this tier list, but we are considering trade Evos to be kind of a downside because it's kind of pay to win. Because you have to actually pay for Nintendo Online. Yeah, I guess technically you could trade locally. Yeah, good luck. No, you have to pay for Nintendo Online. So you pay for Nintendo Online, but you don't even win! Is this what winning looks like? I don't think so. $10 donation from T-Dog Master. Polytoad failed Gogoat Gradient. Chat is never wrong. I mean, they did say that it would fail. I think Polytoad is pretty definitively worse than Polyrath. It doesn't have the secondary fighting typing. For as little as that does for Polyrath, it at least does something. But hey, I mean, it is a water type, water's a good type, and if you do pay to win, you do win a little bit more than you do with Poliwhirl, so it's like at the very bottom of the sea. The plus 20 special attack makes more of a difference than the fighting type. Poliwrath has 95 attack, right? I'd rather have 95 attack than 90 special attack. How long was this tier list supposed to take again? How long have we been going? It's pretty short. Hoot Hoot! Hoot Hoot! Question for the class. Does Hoot Hoot pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? Do I even need to ask this? I'm not actually going to wait for your answer. What do you think? Of course it fails. 76 special attack. Horrible. Oh, I was wrong! They gave it extra credit! No owl left behind! They gave it 10 more special attack in Generation 7. And it still fails! There was a video, there's a video I saw the thumbnail for. It was asking the question, what is a regional bird? I didn't actually watch that video, so I'm not sure what their conclusion was. But I think most people will agree that Hoot Hoot is a regional bird, right? And if it's a regional bird, then we can say it's the worst regional bird of all time. I think I would rather use Pidgey. Let me say that again. I think I would rather use Pidgey! This stat spread is so useless. Now, I'm not saying that special defense is useless, but if I had to pick one stat to remove from the game, it would be special defense. I think special defense is the least useful stat in the game. Just like resistance is the worst stat in Fire Emblem. Look at this. Look at this! The nicest thing I can say is level 18 Air Slash! That's kind of okay? Barely? Non-stab Moonblast, level 43. Why do we have to wait till level 48 for Hypnosis? Any good TMs? Nope. Shulk learns Air Slash at level 15. So says somebody with a Shulk PFP. The early Air Slash is actually kind of nice. I think it's better than Ootachi. So when you fight Perrin, she starts by telling you that she's not very strong. And then she sends out Noctowl. I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose. What level is double hit? Oh, hey, an actually good Pokemon. Hey, can we use this? Levels double hit. 32. Oh my god. Okay. Apom! One of the clearest indications that a Pokemon is going to do well in a tier list is that it's a monkey. And Apom is indisputably a monkey. And remember, Ambipom is in this game. So what level is double hit? It needs double hit to evolve into Ambipom. What level is double hit? It's level 32. Okay, so you have to use Apom stats until level 32. It's level 32. So you need to use Apom stats until level 32. What are Apom stats? Oh no. I mean, it compares favorably to Might Yena, right? It's about as good. And it can evolve. You could use this. Why would you? Apom below Dipplin is nuts. It's a Stone Evo. Alright, I guess the wild one you catch is actually level 32, so we'll put it above Dipplin. These are Ambipom's stats. Ambipom's stats are actually like, pretty reasonable. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? It does 100 base attack of stab normal. Wow. Here's Ambipom's stats. Here's Ootachi's stats. Well, Ambipom's definitely better. I gotta make these, like, line up. Here's Ambipom's stats. Here's Ootachi's stats. Why would you ever use Ootachi? Why would you ever use Ambipom? Ugh! Is everybody okay with Ambipom here? Good night. Like, Ambipom's stats, they're really not that bad. They're not that much different than Infernape's. The difference is Infernape has a real type. And way better moves. So that difference, I think, does equate to this massive gap in their tiering, despite them being quite close on the evolutionary tree. What happens if you refuse to learn the move it needs to evolve? You can just relearn it. Why do they always go for the better types? Beat it, kid. Alright. Sweenup! I know it's Swineup. Swineup. Are you ready? This thing's amazing! Is anybody doubting me? If you doubt me, step forward now. Step forward. And be destroyed. Look at these stats. These are like perfect. 130 attack, kills everything. 80 speed, just good enough to probably go first. You might go second sometimes, but you'll almost always go first. And Ice Stab is an amazing offensive stab combo. Flying types, oh, they're immune to Earthquake. What's Flying weak to? It's weak to Ice. The main thing that holds Swinub back in most games is that it's usually available quite late because they, for some reason, lock off these super powerful ice types until late game. Uh-oh. But you can get Swinub right away. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age! I think he had like a frost gun, right? That would be a special attack, though. Look! Held items! Events! It has a choice band 100% of the time. I don't really know what this means, but it is good with choice band. What level is Ancient Power? It's gotta be like 33, right? No, 33 is the evolution into Piloswine. I think it just gets it right away, right? Yeah, right away. So the main things against the main points against Swinub is that Swinub is like not very good. And it has to reach level 33 to actually evolve into Piloswine. Then it has to level up as Piloswine while knowing Ancient Power. Piloswine is a level 33 evolution. So what level does it learn Ancient Power? Oh. It can instantly relearn it. So, basically, it evolves into Piloswine at level 33, and then it evolves into Mamoswine at level 34. Okay. I could accept people thinking that Swinub shouldn't be an S, because you do have to carry Swinub until it gets to evolve into Piloswine. But I think the return for actually getting to Mamoswine is so good that it goes in S. Mamoswine is just a killing machine. It's definitely worth it. The moves aren't good? Give a good DMs. Alright. I think that's it for Swinub, right? What's Ogre Ousted? It's basically untiered because they're not really in the game. They don't level scale at all, so they have to be like level 70, so the game's already over. Alright. C-Dot! C-Dot evolves into Shiftry. Question for the class: does Shiftry pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? I'm getting mixed messages. And it is a mixed attacker. That fails. 90 is less than 97. Wow. A frail mixed attacker with middling speed. What region is this Pokemon from? Now, despite the fact that it has a whole 10-point lead in its attack stat, if you compare its physical and special move pools, the physical one is basically Leaf Blade. And the special move pool is way more diverse, has way better options. So I think I would actually consider it to be a special attacker, so the Gogoat Gradient does apply. So C-Dot, by the way, is totally useless. It basically only has Bide. But this is a game with universal XP share, so you can get it to Nuzleaf. So C-Dot is totally worthless. It only has Bide, but it isn't a game with universal XP share. So once you get to Nuzleaf, which is fairly early, I think it's level 16, you can then go straight to Shiftry because it is a Stone Evo. Stone Evos are pretty good. I'd rather use this than Victory Bell. You can get Leaf Blade instantly. as soon as you evolve. And it's actually level 14 to Nuzleaf, so level 14 Leaf Blade, hey, that's pretty good. I guess you can also move Reminder Sucker Punch, but I wouldn't want to use Sucker Punch in-game. Because enemies do a lot of annoying status stuff. I would much rather Dark Pulse them. People have been saying non-stop that it did get a new ability. It got Wind Rider, so it's now immune to some flying moves. This will almost never apply. In fact, it should never apply, because why is the opponent even getting an action? But yeah, I guess it's better than Chlorophyll, since it's not going to be sunny anyway. And it's definitely better than Early Bird. Wow! I guess it also blocks Heat Wave and Blizzard. That's kind of nice. Wind Rider boosts your attack too? Why are you getting hit? What's going on? Shiftry's my favorite bird. Tengu can actually, well, supposedly they can fly. Alright, next. Everybody okay with C-Dot here? You can use Tailwind to activate it? No thanks. Okay, I think we're okay here. Now, Gen 9 added a brand new Grass Ghost type in the form of Bramblegast. Please clap. Now, Gen 9 added a brand new Grass Ghost type in the form of Jeb Bush the Bramblegast. Please clap. And the Tumbleweed motif was used for one of the Grass-type trainers, the Grass-type gym leader. I mean, that's why they made him look like that, right? Well, if one Grass Ghost type wasn't enough for you, here's another one. It's Phantom. Phantom is a trade evolution, which we have discussed before is a bit pay to win, but it's technically like instant, kind of, if you can pay for it. Whoa, 110 attack. That's pretty good. Oh. 56 speed. Pretty bad. What's Torterra's speed stat? Trevenant has 110 base attack and 56 speed. Torterra has 56 speed, but only 109 attack. Power creep! I sure wish I could move first. Ground's probably a well, not probably better. Ground's definitely a better attacking type than Ghost, but Ghost is not bad. And you don't have to wait forever. You can just trade right away. And apparently there also are wild Phantom, or wild... And apparently there are also wild Trevenants, so you can just catch them. Pretty underwhelming. Can I go first, please? Save the trees, not this one. Alright, I'm gonna say this now because the slow Pokemon... I'm gonna say this now because the slow Pokemon lobby has been active non-stop. They never leave me alone. How important is going first to me? If there was a Pokemon that was invincible, and I mean truly invincible, not just that they can't take damage, that they can't be statused, they can't have any of their... They can't be statused, they can't have any of their stats meddled with at all. Truly invincible. And if that Pokemon always one-hit KO'd the opponent. Always. No questions asked. But in exchange for those traits, it always moved second. I would probably put that Pokemon at the top of B. Moving first is so important. Because if you move first, you are invincible. You will never take damage. And the game is half as long, because you don't actually have to wait for your opponent's turns, because they never get a turn. If you move second, you cannot be a good Pokemon. You have to go first. I don't care if you can set up to then go first. Why not go first all the time? And I barely give credit for being able to set up and be good. Why don't you just use a Pokemon that doesn't have to set up? Are you gonna spend a turn every single battle just to be able to function like a Pokemon that's actually good? I don't think so. Regieleki too slow. Hopefully people are clear. I'm just talking about in-game, right? Obviously, in, like, competitive, in, like, real matches, this would look completely different. So many Pokemon above Torterra aren't able to go first all the time. Torterra gets the option to do that by spending a turn. I don't want to spend a turn. And that's not Torterra's only issue. It's also completely useless until it becomes Torterra. And you have to get the Mirror Herb and something else with Shell Smash and do all of this work just to get a Torterra. I'm not a fan. I'm not sold. Why aren't those other Pokemon in D as well? Like, which ones are you talking about? Oh, the music stopped. I guess we are going to war, so let's actually go to human music for like a little bit. Like, I am convinced that the only reason people defend this I'm convinced the only reason people defend Turtwig is because it's a starter. If it was some random Pokemon that didn't get you with the Daipa Kid programming, nobody would care about this thing. Some people do have different playstyles. I think that's fine. I don't think that's fine. I think you should play the game... I think you should play the game the way I play it. Those of you who have the will to make this tier list, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my stream. For those of you who are confused, I'm not being serious there. That's a line from this game. Before the main character does something awful, but he had to do it, okay? He was right. I can even repeat that threat while holding Menethil's might. Those of you who have the will to build this tier list, like and subscribe. The rest of you, get me out of your sight. I don't want to be like too mean because Jacob F is a loyal viewer. I just disagree. To me, the setup turn is worth so much. It's definitely not worth it. If you aren't gonna damn all the slow mons to D, I'm not going far enough. I would bear any burden, shoulder any curse, if only it'll help me build my channel. You waste your breath. I heed only the voice of the Patreons now. Oh, but you are a Patreon. You have to listen. Either Torterra goes higher or we send them all to D. Well, which Pokemon that are slow are like not in D? Paldea must be purged. What? How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way. Crawdon? Oh yeah, Crawdon, I guess. Pretty much just Crawdon. But they're water. Okay. In the defense of those Pokemon, they are a much better type. Sorry, Cheese. I can't. I guess. Tofukana? Sorry, Cheese. I can't watch you stream this. I think that's actually the last line in the dialogue, right? And then the mission starts. Victor Bell is slow. It's got 70. It's alright. And it is a Stone Evo. Alright, my promise to the setup lobby. At the end, we'll take another look. I wouldn't get your hopes up. You know who else is a Stone Evo? I do. At least put Torterra over Trevenant. It's as good as Trevenant at killing, if not better. And it has the option to kill better than Trevenant with Shell Smash, even if it's not preferred. I would if you started with Torterra, but you don't, right? You start with this piece of crap. Whereas Phantup can be an instant trade Evo. Otherwise, I would agree, it would be better. Have you considered lowering your stream's FPS in honor of Scarlet and Violet? The viewers went down? From what? The music is making this Turtwig slander sound so serious. You may be a starter, but Bellsprout is still your superior as a grass type. As if I could forget. Listen, there's something about the DLC you should know. Alright, we'll come back to this later. Alright, wow, what's this? It's actually a new Pokemon. Crazy. So in Gen 9, they added a brand new Ghost Grass type in the form of Jeb Bush. Please clap. And of course they added it so that it could be the signature Pokemon of the Grass type specialist that looks a lot like Bramblegast. Then in the DLC they added Phantump, a Ghost Grass type. Then in the DLC they added Poltergeist, Ghost Grass type. Is that enough for you? Gotta get Poltergeist stats as well. So the evolved form Sinistra? 70 speed is okay. 121 special attack is really good. That's a definitive pass. If you compare it to Poltergeist, it's basically just worse in terms of stats because it loses 10 in special attack. Where did those points even go? It went to like defense. Who cares? So in terms of stats, it's basically worse. You trade a little bit of special attack for a dual typing. Almost always that would be a smash hit for the trade, right? You would always do that. But that secondary type is Grass, which is one of the most worthless types in the game. I still think it is worth it though, so I think it is actually better than Poltergeist. It gets Matcha Gotcha, which is one of the weirdest moves ever. It's like a Giga Drain, except it has a chance to miss, because it's only 90 accuracy. It has a 20% chance of burning. I really don't understand how this works, though, because you hit them with the matcha, and then you, like, steal health from them. Like, what is happening? I can't believe they added Gotcha to Pokemon. It was only a matter of time, right? So where do we actually put Poltergeist? What is this thing called? I don't know. Sinistea? What is this thing called? It's really confusing how the Evos are flipped. A Sinistra. What moves this again? Stun Spore. Ugh. Well, it's basically the biggest point in Sinistra's favor is that it's not quite a stone Evo, it's a cup Evo. It's an Evo item that you can get immediately as soon as you can actually access the first form. What's it? Sinistra? It's so confusing. I think if it learned a really good move upon Evo, it would probably be better than Vulpix. But it gets like a grass move. So I think I agree with MJDXP when they say it's probably better than Shiftry, but worse than Yanmega. It's just a better Scald? No. Scald is a much better type. Scald is 100% accurate, and Scald is 30% burn chance. So I think Scald is actually much better. Could you imagine if this Pokemon had a real secondary type instead of Grass? It would be way better. Are we still at war? I think we'll end the war after Geodude. Finally a real Stone Evo. Alright. Geodude! Geodude, go! Geodude's my mom's favorite Pokemon. I also really like it. The Boulder was one of the best Pokemon in Gen 2. And even in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it was actually pretty good because, again, that was a game with a linear progression, so he crushed most of the region, and he was available early. I think erosion has taken its toll. He's just way too slow. He's way too slow. Pretty great stats, and they even gave it a very relevant buff. Went from 110 attack to 120. 110 probably killed anything. 110 probably killed everything anyway, but 120 kills more things. I'll take it. I have more than 45 base speed, please. 45 base speed is so bad that even if you spend a turn to rock polish, you still might not go first. The reason why we are gonna put the worn down Pebble, the reason why we are gonna put the retired Boulder at the top of D is that Rock Ground is really good stab. Geodude is reasonable, and as soon as you get to Graveler, you can actually go to Golem, assuming you pay, because it is a trade Evo. But if you pay, you do kind of win. These stats are really good. Except for the speed. You'd argue that bottom of B would be good enough? Can we put it at bottom of B? Well, is the okay, my question is, if I put Geodude at the bottom of B, is Torterra going to Shell Smash and kill me? That's what I'm worried about. Can I put Golem at the bottom of B without getting swarmed by the Torterra lobby? No, yes, trade evolution. If Torterra is D, Golem should not be B. Put both in B. Torterra doesn't even need Shell Smash. Headlong Rush is a 120 ground move. It's not about the power, it's about the speed. Put in C due to Water Terra? Okay, we're definitely not doing that. I work for Big Torterra, so I say no to Geodude being in B. I think Victory Bell is about as good as Golem. I think Victory Bell is better. It's way faster. put Torterra in finest to troll Torterra's stance. It's not that bad. Look who's in the finest, and the Torterra's not that bad. I think if we had a proper C tier, I would probably put Geodude there. Okay, I think that's a good comment from some eggplant. Golem has a better floor, but Torterra has a higher ceiling. Leave them both in D. I think that can end the war. I think we can go back to... I think we can go back to not Warcraft 3 music. Is the war over? Did we sign a peace treaty? The other race's music I don't really like. Let's go to Ice Crown. It's still gonna be really spooky. How long is this? 10 minutes. Really spooky. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth, Torterra! Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth! Alright. Well, it's very convenient that we're talking about Timber right after Geodude, because in many ways they're the same. They're both really slow, with really good attack, and they're trade evos. So I think pretty much everything we said about the dude also applies to Timber, except Timber is a pure type. Its stab is not quite as good, but fighting stab is still really good. I think it has 140 attack, which is absolutely massive, so there's no way this thing is among the finest. But there's also no way this thing is moving first ever. It can't even rock polish, so just forget about it. Accept that you're going second, and that you'll probably get the KO, but why don't you just go first and get the KO? How about that? Mach Punch would kill things with 40 base power? I don't know. Does he even learn Mach Punch? Like, naturally. And 140 is a lot. Where's the Mach Punch? People are telling me there's Mach Punch. Are you mocking me? Where's Mach Punch? It's a mirror herb move. So no, it doesn't get Mach Punch. The drums of war have been played on stream. No one can be trusted. What happened to Dorcas? Up a poisoner's button. Ah! So these guys. Yeah, pretty sad for these gym bros. Pretty sad for these gym bros. I think if the Torterra lobby wasn't threatening to shell smash me IRL, I'd probably be okay putting these at the bottom of B. We might do that at the end. But these guys are like the definition of go second but kill your opponent. Which is not useless, it's just... Which is not useless, you just could do better. And this music is really scary. Should we make a C tier? Let's look at all of the other Pokemon that we have. So I'm looking now. Are there others that I would put in the C tier? Not really. Name C tier under the C? I would say what would go in C tier, but A has literally only one Pokemon so far. I'll tell you right now, because I have planned this a little bit. Not entirely, but I think there will be 3 Pokemon in A tier. You can maybe guess who. I'd say make a C and put the upper half of D in C. This music is really ominous. Should we change the music? Do it. The war must continue. Keep it for a little bit. We won't loop it. Once this ends, we'll go to a new song. We'll consider making a... Hang on, I have to check some things. I think we're okay. No, I think we'll continue like this. $500 yen donation from Pika here. You must keep it until Slugmalganus is slain. Well, remind me about Slugmalganus once we get there. Alright, we'll keep the ominous music, because... So for those of you who are watching the premium, there's probably really nice music playing, but in the live, there's like very ominous music. And that music is going to continue to play as I talk about Morpeko. So Morpeko, a worthless Pikachu clone. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's really not that bad. Look! 97 speed, 95 attack at base. That's, like, not that bad. For, like, a stage 1 that you can get immediately? Sure. And it's a dual type? And both of those dual types are really good. I would actually put it even higher if it had Aura Wheel at, like, a reasonable level. Aura Wheel is ridiculous. It's so good. Luxray dead in a ditch. Aura Wheel, 110 power physical electric move, 100 accuracy, with upside. It increases your speed by 1. What? I wish it wasn't level 55. Aura Wheel doesn't even have downside, because the downside of flip-flopping to dark is actually tied to more Pekko's ability. So the full belly hangry mode downside of being unable to control the type of Aura Wheel is only tied to more Pekko. So if Luxray got Aura Wheel, it would be ridiculous. Justice for Luxray when? And the scary music stopped. Let's go to relaxing Xenoblade music. I think the danger has passed. Is this working? Hey, look, it's Chandelure. Thunder Fang. Brick Break. Psychic Fangs. Thunder Punch. Wow. These TMs are, like, actually okay. More Pekko. Should we add a C tier? People hate to see a Mormont winning. We could make a poll, yeah. Does anybody not want a C tier? There's, like, not that many more Pokemon left to go, though. IDC. A tier has only one Pokemon? I mean, it's not gonna stay that way. What makes it switch forms? It switches at the end of every turn. Automatically. It also has an animation for switching between hangry and full belly mode. I'm really surprised they animated that. They didn't animate anything else. I think there's a huge power difference between Geodude and Dipplin. But Dipplin is an instant Evo. We'll evaluate. I'll start a poll. So let's see. I guess the option should be... Add C? Yes. Merge with C. Okay, so here's the poll. There's three options. There's yes. There is yes, but merge it with the C tier. And then there's no. And we'll let that run for like a little while. Alright, in the meantime, we can talk about Snorlax! What? People are saying probably A? Did you know Snorlax likes sleeping? I didn't know that. I hope that a trainer tells me about it. Dude, are you guys from like... What in the world? Dude, people are saying A? Are you guys from like 2001? Guys, I think Snorlax is really bad. Like, really bad. So, like, these guys are never going first, but they will 1000% kill the target. Snorlax is never going first. And it's a normal type. No thanks. It's not good. And the years have not been kind to Kabigon here. Ugh, 30 speed, just forget about it. 110 attack is pretty good, but... Sorry, there's a trash... No. No, he's not that bad, guys. There's a... The garbage truck is here. They came before and we talked about Bunette. Bunette definitely goes in the trash can. I don't think Snorlax is that bad. Yeah. Ugh. 110 stab normal. Like, they really need to buff normal. Normal is so bad. I think I have to wait for the trash truck to leave. They're gone. I'm sorry, Snorlax. He's a long way from Gen 2. When are they gonna buff Normal? Normal is so sad. Hey, at least he stars in the hit mobile game, Pokemon Sleep, right? If you want to play with Kabigon, go ahead and download Pokemon Sleep. This is not an ad. Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is where Snorlax is gonna stay. It's pretty bad. Do I hear Xenoblade music? You do. But you can do Trick Room, then Belly Drum with Buried as Sweep. No thanks. Yeah, you know what? Oh, the monkey might be better. Oh, this is so sad. It might be time for Snorlax to go to sleep for a very long time. So this is Snorlax. This is Ursaluna. Why would you ever use Snorlax? It's over, man. But hey, at least he stole Torterra's G-Max. What was that about? I've been very unkind to Torterra in this list, but even I think that that was nonsense. This is Snorlax's punishment for stealing Torterra's G-Max, okay? It turns out it is fair. Alright, I think that's it for Snorlax. Very unfortunate. Lotad into Ludicolo. This one should be kind of easy. Question for the class. Ludicolo, definitely a special attacker. Does Ludicolo pass or fail the Gogoat Gradient? People who answered that it fails? You are correct. 90 special attack? It's less than 97. .70 speed is a little suspicious, but probably good enough. 90 special attack is... I don't know. What moves do we get? Couldn't be Giga Drain? Just Mega? Hey, Hydro Pump on move relearn, that's pretty good. Energy Ball on move relearn, that's pretty good. Anything else? Ice Beam? Yeah. And it is a Stone Evo. below Corefish? I mean, it can walk on land, right? How about this? We're making a garden here. Don't say that I'm being unfair to grass types. I'm pretty much only mean to Torterra, right? Look at this. Look at this! There's 4 grass types here. It might actually be better than Shiftry, you're right, because I'd rather have water than dark, right? Look at this. He's dancing. Ludicolo really shines in rain, but you're probably not setting rain. So it can't actually unlock its true power, but being a Stone Evo really saves it. They need to nerf Stone Evos. The Empoleon lobby will remember this. Alright, we can, we're at 100 votes. Yeah, let's end the poll here. Hang on, I have to go to, like, a different window. Alright, so 42% said yes, 29% said no. Okay, so regarding the C-tier edition, 42% said yes, 29% said no, and 27% said yes, merge it with the C. So, I think, based on that, we'll just go ahead and add a C-tier. Between B and the water C. What color is it? It's like orange? I think I messed that up. Ah, inept! Let's make this color like the deep orange. This is yellow. This has to be like a more negative color. Make it pink? Make it pink. It's kind of ugly. Compromise. These colors, like, this is so ugly. Ah. Let's change D to, it's like dark gray. This is okay, I think. Nice song, I know, right? Xenoblade 2. Too bad about the game, though. Does compromise fit on one line? Just barely doesn't. Oh, Satoru Marsh? Alright, so by popular demand, there is now a C tier, which means that some things are going to get rearranged. We think that the Gym Bros, they're definitely going up. So Timber does the weightlifting, and Geodude is what he's lifting, so they're partners. More Peko Bros, your moment in the sun was so short. I guess you're going hangry mode. It's dark. You can put Rabombi up as well. I think the Stone Evos very clearly should be here, though. I would keep Morpeko up if Aura Wheel was earlier. If it got Aura Wheel at like level 20, it would be like top of B. Aura Wheel is so crazy. By the way, if you think we've treated Luxray unfairly so far, let me tell you, the next stream is going to be a bug hunting stream. This is an advertisement, by the way. We are going to mint our own Luxray NFTs. So apparently, Luxray has the feature of stealing textures from other sources. We don't know why this happens, but it's only Luxray that does this. So we're just gonna load up on Luxrays and see if we can get the texture corruption to happen. So please look forward to that. God. Justice for Luxray. And since we are advertising for ourselves, be sure to smash that like button. Tinkaton wasn't very good, though. If you like the stream, then I believe it will push it to more people. You do get to see it increase in real time. Pretty cool. We also have to shill for ourselves here. Now, how you know that I am not in the pocket of the viewers, Jacob F. is in the highest tier of Patreon. Thank you for the support. He's in every stream. He has tried very valiantly to push for Torterra. You can't buy me, okay? I don't believe in Torterra. But the support is appreciated. I hope to see you. I'm withholding my like? No! Alright, everybody okay with this C tier for now? We'll have a final, like, enemy phase at the end where people can try and change my mind on stuff. Alright. Grubbin! It is a bug electric type. $15 symbol donation from Tab. Put Torterra in S for Shell Smash. Let's be reasonable, okay? The highest that Torterra would go would be bottom of B. Or with the other, like, gym bros. In C. But thank you for the 15 symbol donation. I really don't know what that symbol means, I'm sorry. Looks pretty cool, though. Man, Vikavolt, look at this! Whoa. Vikavolt flusters opponents with acrobatic flying maneuvers. This creates an opening it for it to deliver an electric beam attack. An electric beam attack? It's got Bolt Beam! Whoa! Whoa, 145 special attack? That's crazy! Wait, and this is a Stone Evo, right? Yeah. It's a Stone Evo, so you can get that 145, like, right away. Dude, that's crazy. Like, S-tier Pokemon? For sure, right? Spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. At least it's a Stone Evo. What region is this guy from? You can type it in the chat. It's from Aslola. If only it had a real speed stat. Why? Oh, at least he's got Vice Grip. Did they change the spelling of Vice Grip? Hang on, we're going to the lab here. Yeah, it used to be spelled differently. Huh. I don't know why you would use Vice Grip, no matter how you spell it, though. Yo, Thunderbolt on Evo, though. That's really good. Krabby! Use your Vice Grip! They had the gall to actually give this thing agility. How about instead of agility, give it an actual speed stat? Wouldn't that count as agile? Everybody okay with top of C? If agility was level 20, would be a B tier? No. We are gonna be fair, okay? If we were using setup moves, Torterra would be better. I would rather use Torterra. Below Gym Bros? I think it's higher because I think the Gym Bros are better, but this is Stone Evo, so you can get it right away. Otherwise, it would probably be below the Gym Bros. If it had 60 speed, would it be B tier? Sure. But it doesn't, so... Unfortunately, no. Oh yeah, the Gym Bros are also pay to win, yeah. Why is Yanmega B? Yanmega's good. Nose Pass. So it used to be that you had to level up Nose Pass within a special magnetic field, but now it's just a Stone Evo, which means that you can go to Probo Pass right away. And Stone Evos are usually pretty good, right? So I think we can... I mean, we know it's not going to be that fast, right? So we can go ahead and put it up at B preemptively, I think, right? Did the ordering get messed up? What in the world? Did I skip this? So with the power of a Thunderstone, you can get evolved stats right away. Probo Pass. More like Probo Ass! What the... What is this? Oh, and of course, 75 special attack fails the Gogoat Gradient. Miserably. 40 speed. Oh. What moves do we get? You don't even get Power Gem until level 25. Why isn't it an evolution move? Where's Flash Cannon? Where's Flash Cannon? Where's Flash Cannon? Oh, this is horrible. Awful. Any complaints about this placement for Nose Pass? Why is this above Ootachi? It's not, right? I just moved it below. Ootachi's better. Arbok is better? No, Arbok's real bad. Arbok's real bad. I think it's actually better than Arbok. No, I think it's better than Arbok. At least Arbok can attack. This does have like 75 special attack. It's not the worst thing ever. Dazzling Gleam. Oh, here's Flash Cannon. We found it. Zap Cannon is only good on Porygon 2. Man, people want to believe in Arbok. Congratulations, Chabok. You're better than Probopass. Sandshrew. Sandshrew. So, fun fact, Sandshrew's Japanese name is Sando. It's just sand. But Sando is what we call sandwiches in Japanese. You just call them Sando, like the shortening of sandwich. And then Sand/'s Japanese name is Sandopan. And pan is actually the word for bread. So it's sandwich and then bread. It's not actually like where its name comes from, but that's what I think of. Now this region is all about sandwiches, so Sandslash has got to be pretty good, right? At least ground is a good type. A 100 attack? That's okay. Stab Earthquake? 65 base speed? I mean, that's not the end of the world. It's not good, but it's okay. Look at this. For the Alolan form, they took 20 points from its gargantuan 45 special attack. They moved 10 to defense. And 10 to special defense. So certainly more useful. But then they made it an ice type, so it just dies anyway. What's the point? When do we get Earthquake? Oh god. Oh god! At least Torterra gets Earthquake as soon as it evolves. Bulldoze. I can think of another word that starts with bull. if this got Earthquake earlier, it might be at the top of D, but as stands, oh no. At least Ground is a very solid type. And it does evolve really early and has 100 base attack. Like, that's okay. I think it just barely escapes the finest, but it's close, man. $61 levels for... I mean, you do get a reward, right? So don't worry, the X levels for this, it's coming up. We haven't been to Unova yet. Don't worry. It's on the way. Gligar into Gliscor. Gliscor, I think, is actually one of my favorite Pokemon in terms of gameplay. It just feels like a very fair, strong Pokemon. It's got amazing physical bulk. It can 1v1 pretty much any physical attacker, but it does have, you know, weaknesses you can exploit. You can Ice Beam it. It doesn't instantly melt to special attacks, but definitely is weaker to them. And I think my favorite part about Gliscor is that it actually does hit back. You can't just ignore it because it has a decent attack stat, and it's got a Stab Earth. It's got a great type, and it's got Stab Earthquake. Pretty good Pokemon. It's also basically a Stone Evo. It's a Fang Evo. You can get the Razor Fang evolution item. It's just lying on the ground in Kitakami, and you have to level it up at night. And time is actually locked in Kitakami until you clear the Kitakami story, but you can just hop on the plane to Paldea, and if it's nighttime there, you can just evolve it there. How good is Gliscor? I think it depends a lot on when it gets Earthquake. You think it's too defensive for A tier, or you think top of B? Well, I mean... Let's see. It's a motorcycle outside. It must be Miraidon. I don't know. I mean, look at this! Look at these stats! 95 attack. 95 speed. It's invincible on physical. It's not even that bad on special. Yo, you get the fangs as soon as you evolve. Acrobatics? At level 22, stab acrobatics? Yo! At level 45, you get the crab hammer coverage. Dude, this thing is... It's kind of good. Where's Earthquake? Where's Earthquake? Oh, we found Earthquake. It's TM. Even with the Earthquake TM, because this is basically a Stone Evo, I'm feeling it. Dude, this thing is good. And it turns out it actually has high horsepower, so not quite Earthquake, but almost as good. And can't forget the Crab Hammer coverage. I think it's really good. I think it's better than Ninetales, you're right, considering you can immediately give it high horsepower. This thing's good. I think if Gligar is A, Tinted Lens Yanma should be. No, the thing about Gligar is that you can get it right away. Yanma, you have to go to level 33. It has the same offenses as Morpeko, but it does have I think an even better typing, and more importantly, better moves, because Aura Wheel is like level 55. More Peko Gradient for physical. Why is Vulpix an A? Doesn't hit like a wet noodle, it's a stone evo. The moment you stone it, you get flamethrower. People crying out for justice for Gen 2 Pokemon? I think we got it, right? Some of these Gen 2 bros, they're doing really well. They just needed to no longer be in Gen 2. Mandibuzz, the defensive counterpart to Braviary. So we're already starting off on kind of a worrying note. What are these offenses? What are these offenses? It's looking really bad. But at least you get those stats pretty soon, right? I think that does actually make it better than Hoot Hoot. $54 levels. For this. Absolutely not. Oh my god, it's worse than Spinarak! Worse than Illumise and Volbeat? Nah, at least it's got a real type. You think it's worse than Volbeat and Illumise? No, it's not that bad. What are Volabee's stats? $72 Brave Bird. It's close. It's close. At least Volibee has a real type, okay? And it can evolve, and once it evolves, it's definitely better than these two. At least it can use a Violite, right? Oh! Alright, so what do we say instead of Mandibuzz? Mandibuzz, more like... Mandibad is too easy, right? Volibee, more like Volabai? That's probably it. Volibee, more like Volabai! Horrible! Alright. Jangmo. Oh, I think I said that right. The pseudo-legendary of a slow low, although it's actually not that slow. So pseudo-legendaries take a ton of work to evolve. So you're gonna be stuck with Jang Mo-O for a while. How good is Jang Mo-O? Uh-oh. Well, how good is Hakmo-O? It's looking worse than Apom. But at least Komo'o's good, right? Oh yeah, it's actually pretty good. Is it level 45 good? I don't know. So this is a pseudo, so that means it's in the slow XP group. So it's gonna take a long time. It's gotta be sitting in your party, soaking up XP that another Pokemon could be drinking in. Is that worth it? I don't really think so, but it's also not a total waste. It's okay. Dragon fighting is a pretty good type. Imagine being a dragon fighting pseudo-legendary with only 110 attack. 110 is not bad, but you would expect more, right? I don't need 125 defense. Now we can see here, it does pass the Gogoat Gradient by 3. I think it's studied for the wrong exam. If this had 70 special attack and 140 attack, it would be amazing. If this wasn't in a game with universal XP share, it would be way worse, but as something you can stuff on the team to soak up XP until it's ready to fight, it's okay. Can't really endorse this, though. It can Omni boost and be an actual mixed attacker. No boosts in this stream, okay? We don't believe in boosta. At least it gets Kamo, okay? We can end on that. At least it gets Boom Burst at least it gets non-stab Boom Burst at level 76. I'd say it's Kamo okay. Alright, we're actually like almost done. It's only been 5 hours, pretty short. Alright. Coughing! Coughing is probably the best Pokemon at international relations because we love coughing and wheezing! And then in Japanese it's called Dogas. Dogas will choke this point. And they actually sing Dogas in the Japanese version of Black and White 2. And of course, I haven't mentioned yet, even though it's probably the most famous, its German name is Smogon. You've probably heard of Smogon, right? It's literally just Coughing's name. So how good is its evolved form, Wheezing, in the game? be honest, it's better than I thought. Dude, Heat Wave. What? Heat Wave. Stab Sludge Bomb. Psybeam. Dark Pulse. What in the... Good moves? So I think based on that move pool, we can definitely say this is a special attacker. That fails the Gogoat Gradient. How can we trust Smogon if they can't pass a basic exam? Well, these stats actually aren't that bad, and that move pool is actually pretty good. So how quickly do we get Wheezing? $35 levels. For this. 60 base speed, by the way. It's got Levitate, okay? It's not quite in the finest, but it's close. It's better than Arbok. At least it's got actual moves. And hey, Koffing is better than Dogas. Armor Knights suck. I'd rather be a Weezing. Everybody okay with Dogas at the... I'm gonna call it every name that's not coughing. Everybody okay with Smogo's placement? Should we change the placement of coughing? What about Togas? What about Wazyan? What about Nyansadyan? Oh, I shouldn't have tried these. Oh no. Coughing! All right. Mienfu evolves into Mienshao. Mienshao stats are really good. Oh yeah, look at this. 125 attack, 105 speed. Beautiful. Oh, doesn't get that much better. It doesn't get much better than that. We love Mienfu. Easy A tier. Easy A tier. The only possible detriment could be... Now, the only thing that could hold it back would be some sort of insane Evo level. Nova moment! Well, maybe Mienfu's stats are decent, right? No! 65 speed, it's worse than Apom! Can I get, like, a real Evo level, please? Why doesn't this evolve at, like, level 30? Yeah, you get Komodo earlier, although I think because of the slow EXP group, Mian Xiao might actually be earlier than Komodo. If this evolved at, like, level 25 or 30, it would probably be top of A. Maybe even S. 50, what a joke. Why? Yeah, it's probably better than Snorlax. At least eventually it'll be good. Alright, next. Duskull. Well, there's two other Pokemon with mocking Chim's edits. So this does not bode well for Duskull. This is Dusk Noir, the final evolution. 100 attack that's okay. 45 speed is really bad. But it is a Reaper Cloth trade evolution, right? So we can go to Dusk Noir as soon as we get to Dusclops. Okay. So what level is Dusclops? $37 levels. 37 levels. And a trade Evo. For this. So what are Duskull's stats? These are Duskull's stats. Call an Exorcist. I can't believe it's worse than Spinnerack! Who knew Spinnerack would be doing so well? Well, apparently you can get, according to the chatters, you can get Dusclops in the wild a bit earlier. Unfortunately, I don't think that saves it. It's really bad. You might be able to argue that eventually it's better than Ariados. The fact that you even have to try and convince me of that is an incredibly worrying sign. It should be a given that you're better than Ariados. Dusknoir has less HP than Piplup. Is that true? Dusknoir has less HP than Pip... Okay. Someone just said Dusknoir has less HP than Piplup. Dusknoir has 45 HP. Piplup has 53. Look, man, you don't understand, okay? The low HP is good because it means you heal more off of Pain Split, okay? It's on purpose. Chingling into Chimico. Question for the Chingling into Chimico. Question for the students at home. Does Chimico pass the Gogoat Gradient? Yes or no? Vote now on your phones. Wow. Nobody believes in Chimico. And you were right not to. 95 special attack. It's close, but 95 is less than 97. Look, they gave it a 30 stat buff. Where did those stats go? 10 to HP, 10 to defense, 10 to special defense. Why did they even bother? Well, maybe it gets good moves, right? Where's Psychic? Where's Psychic? Oh, we found it. It's a TM. God, it's bad. And 65 base speed. Oh. I hear... Did you know that... So Sekiro, a game that is infamously difficult, has 2 additional difficulty modes. One of them is called the Demon Bell. If you want to activate additional difficulty in Pokemon, ring the Demon Bell. Use Chimico. Oh! Arbok is faster and gets better moves, you're right. Alright. Slugmalganus! I don't know how you survived, but I... Wait, so what is... He's not talking to Slugma, right? He's talking... I guess we have to go back to war, right? I also guess at this point in the story, he doesn't even have the hammer, right? Because he's already a Death Knight, but... Slugmalganis! I don't know how you survived, but I... Oh, it's just a Slugma. Question for the students. Does Macargo pass the Gogoat Gradient, yes or no? Vote now on your phones. Keep in mind, Slugma did get a special attack buff. I saw a yes with a question mark. Yes, but barely. Now, Slugma males could pass the Gogoat check. Now, Slugma males could pass the Gogoat Gradient. But they choose not to. 90 special attack is less than 97. So Slugma used to be unusable garbage, but then they gave it a 20 BST buff. They gave it 10 more special attack, which is something, and they gave it 10 more HP. Unfortunately, when you take quadruple from everything, 10 more HP isn't gonna save you. At least now, after the buff, it has more HP than Piplup, right? Now, we love Slugma. Now, we love Slugma, okay? We all want to be on that Slugma male grind set. I'm gonna be grinding for a while. Oh! Worse than Ariados? No, let's not go too far. It's definitely better than Ariados. If you can actually get your turn, hey, 90 base power, like a 90 special attack flamethrower, that's not that bad. Now, despite the fact that Macargo does get Shell Smash on Evo, the Torterra lobby has been real quiet. Why is that? Too scared to potentially lobby for one of your enemies? Level 54 flamethrower. Level 54 flamethrower. Ninetales gets flamethrower at level 1. Why did they lock it to level 54? Real talk about Shell Smash on Macargo. 30 base speed is so bad that after Shell Smash you are still not going first. The 30 speed is symbolic, okay? Slugma males, we're not in a rush. We'll have our day in the date. The 30 base speed is symbolic, okay? We Slugma males will have our day in the sun. We're just biding our time. Bide's a good move, right? One place where Slugma unironically excels is in the looks department. It has one of the best models in the game. It actually looks really cool. Like, it actually, for once, looks better than it does in Stadium 2. I couldn't believe it. Alright, I think the war is over, right? Wait, what? I just went back to the same song. Hang on. Speaking of Slugma males, did you ever go to the dating meetup, Cheese? I never heard how it went. There is a rough edit of a follow-up video that is only available to mighty Patreons. But I did go. It was alright. You can see the video if you evolve into a Patreon. Have you considered Octopath Traveler music? I did use Octopath Traveler in, I think, some of the early tier lists. I think the very first tier list, Gen 1, has Octopath music. I'm so sick of people saying, Pokemon doesn't work in 3D. I wish they adopted a 2.5 HD style like Octopath Traveler. I've heard that so many times that I will never, ever, ever use an Octopath Traveler song again. You did this to me. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it all! Okay. We're actually almost done. This is... How long has it been? 5.5 hours. Uh-oh. Alright. Litwick. Fire Ghost. Amazing offensive typing. Excellent dual type. It has insane special attack. Oh boy, look at this! 145 special attack and 80 speed. It's basically as if Skeledirge was at +1 the whole time with one torch song. Crazy good. Crazy good. This is an easy S tier, right? And it's a Stone Evo. There's no way this is not S tier. So it is a third stage. So 2 Stone Evo. You have to actually go to Lampent first. So what level is Lampent? Oh no. What region is Litwick from? Okay, well, what are Litwick's stats? What a shame. What a shame. I'd rather use this than Jangmo. If this thing evolved into Lampent at a real level, like, I don't know, like 25, it would probably be in contention with Monkey. But no. Level 42. Hashtag retcon Unova, okay? Just reduce the Evo levels. This has gone on long enough. There's a static Lampent? What level's the static Lampent? What level's the static Lampent? Because the static level ones tend to be pretty high level, so if you can't get it until that high level anyway, then it doesn't matter. Oh, it's level 45, so it's pointless. No! We actually do have a fiery graphic. I guess we can play this. Apparently there's a static Lampent. Apparently there's a static Terra Lampent. Oh, kindled? But it's level 45, which is higher than the level you'd have to reach anyway, so... It was all for naught. Yeah, it's at the regular evil level, so it's pointless. The Pokemon in the Timeless Woods are already, like, a fairly high level, right? So you can't use them until you have a bunch of badges, which really hurts their availability. We can kindle some hope. I think the fact that once you actually do get Chandelure, it's so good. I think we can move it up. I think the end reward of Lampent... I would definitely rather use Lampent than Komodo. I would definitely rather use Chandelure than Komodo. There is a little bit of light in the darkness, but it's still dim, unfortunately. But why not use Cerule Edge? Good question. Let's just use Cerule Edge. Cleffa! Cleffa! Into Clefairy! Into Clefable! Well, Clefable is a Moonstone evolution, so you can get it right away. Well, it certainly does have stats. So close. So close. You can get Moonblast right away, though. That's kind of crazy. Stab Moonblast? Immediately? That's not bad. Nobody has ever slandered Clefable's move pool. The move pool has always been amazing. Pretty much any TM you could want, it's got it. Can I have a speed stat, please? Cleffa. Cleffa. Clefairy. Clefable. See. You're really lucky you're a Stone Evo. If you weren't a Stone Evo, it'd be the pits for you. Saved by Stone Evo and saved by instant relearn Moonblast. Otherwise, it would be way worse. I say saved. It's in C tier. Friendship Evo is a pain, though. You can just catch Clefairy. Seeing one of these live for the first time, I'm mad impressed at how good the editing is in the premium version. Thank you! I'm glad that the editing is appreciated, because it does take a very long time. I did get a comment once on a tier list saying they really liked the script. That was a really fun comment, because of course it's not scripted. Unfortunately, the cost of it not being scripted is... it takes 6 hours. Because we have to redo everything. Any complaints about... any complaints about Clefable here? I think this is about right. You don't memorize what you plan to say? I memorize, like, some things. For, like, really important stuff. So, like, an example of that would be on the Gen 3 moves tier list. When I talked about knockoff, obviously I thought about knockoff, because I knew knockoff would be one of the best moves in the game. So when I said that, they buffed knockoff to both remove the opponent's item and all of their HP, that was scripted. But the rest of it wasn't. I think that's it for Clefable. Alright. Did we say something to end Clefable? It's probably fine. Geodude moved to C tier. When did that come from? I voted no on that. But other people voted yes. And more people voted yes. I love democracy. Feebas! Into Milotic. Question for the class. Does Milotic pass the Gogoat Gradient? I actually don't know the answer. So I'm actually voting yes. I think it's 100. I think it passes. I actually don't know. It does! Yeah, just as I thought. Just barely. Congratulations, Milotic. You do pass the Gogoat Gradient by 3 points. 100 special attack, that's more than 97. Quick question, why are you using this? Just use Gyarados? Aqua Tail. Oh, critically outclassed by Gyarados. Flip turn. I mean, I think we know where this goes, right? We've got a tier just for you. I think this Pokemon suffers the most from the pay-to-win aspect of modern-day trading. Because if you can't trade it, it's useless. And if you can trade it, it's just bad Gyarados. Compares very unfavorably to Gyarados. Just use Gyarados. If you could guarantee the trade Evo, I'd probably put it at the top of C. It's alright. But there are some people for whom Feebas will always be stuck as Feebas. And Feebas is horrible. Can you catch the Milotic you fight at Crystal Lake? Unfortunately, no. You can't. It's, we tried to. You can only defeat it. Doesn't the fishing tile thing make it less available than everything? Do you fish for it? Is fishing even in this game? I actually can't remember. I don't think it is, right? There is no fishing, okay. Yeah, it's swimming in a cave, right? Okay. Ugh. Although Milotic is a Pokemon all about beauty, I'd say that pay-to-win trading is an ugly system. Okay, that's probably it for Feebas, right? Carbink! Carbink has a base stat total of 500, which is actually quite high. Scyther also has 500, so with 500 BST, you can do a lot of work. Rock Fairy typing is not the greatest, but on offense, it's actually kind of okay. So what's the actual distribution of the 500 BST? Yikes. I can't believe it's worse than Spinarak! Let me ask the class. Give me an adjective to describe Carbink. I can think of one. It's very accurate. It's not very colorful. My adjective is useless. Okay, and people are saying slow, cute, offensive, beefy, defensive, and useless. Slow. Yeah. Defensive. What moves does it... So what moves do we get? It really doesn't matter, because with 50 in offenses, this thing's hopeless. Guard split. Why would you ever guard split? I guess you could guard split your partner in one of the double battles in this game. Smackdown. Level 55 Moonblast. Level 60 Stone Edge. I might be throwing a stomping tantrum soon. What is this? It's worse than Duskull, right? I think it's worse than Duskull. Oh my god. Well, at least it's pretty good when it evolves into Diancie. Okay, people are telling me that Carbink doesn't actually evolve into Diancie. Excuse me. I have a Diancie Pokemon trading card here. Now, you guys can't read Japanese, but it says that it evolves from Carbink, okay? And if you disagree with me, you should brush up on your Japanese! Now, people might say that it does say that it's a basic Pokemon, but I am serious when I say this. Being a basic Pokemon in the TCG is meaningless these days. So you haven't disproved me, okay? Ducklet. Question for the students. Ducklet. Does Ducklet pass the Gogoat Gradient? Vote now on your phones. I am seeing a mix. Some people do believe. Nope. 87 special attack. That is a definitive failure. Wow. 87 mixed offenses. 98 base speed. Speed's okay. How are the moves? Level 27 for Air Slash. "35 levels. 35 levels. For this. Oh, this is real bad. So all of these Pokemon in the sea at least have the benefit of evolving pretty quickly. Oh. Horrible. I don't think it makes it to the sea. I think it's stuck on land. It's not better than Dogas. It's got 98 speed, though. I think it's just barely better than Dogas. I think Swana's most useful role was, back when it was introduced in Gen 5, it was a pretty decent HM employee, because it could fly and surf. But now, convenience has rendered its niche obsolete. Are there a duck, goose? Does that end with me not choosing this? I don't know how to actually play duck, goose. What's this? Question from Gigadweeb. Just a totally unrelated thought. Mr. Cheese, will we ever see a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tier list, even if it's just the starters? It's a good question.
Hello, and thank automated imported cheese content pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For spin-off content, including Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Pokemon XD, press 2. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is eventually. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? Some people typed 1 because they thought I would just play the tier list one. I have won 4 spin-offs that mentions Mystery Dungeon. I've prepared, okay? Did I, like, mess up? Dude, why is Ducklet on here twice? I'm not seeing things, right? Okay, people are telling me this is a Pokemon called, like, Cramorant? So, these are the stats for Cramorant. These are stats for Swanna. Cramorant. Swanna. Cramorant. Swanna. Are we sure these are different Pokemon? They're almost identical, except Ducklet has to evolve and Cramorant doesn't, so Cramorant's better. Congratulations. Is there anything to say about Cramorant that we don't say about Ducklet? Level 35 Drill Peck. What? Acrobatics is good. So to actually use its ability, Cramorant needs to use Surf or Dive. It's definitely not using Dive, because it's my damage and I want it now, so you're going to be using Surf. And you definitely need the Surf TM. Otherwise, you just don't have an ability. And then the ability only activates if you get hit by an attack. Worthless. At least water's a good type. Anything to say? Anything else, like, to end with Cramorant? Well, if it walks like a duck, and it talks like a duck, could be a Cramorant. Basculin White Stripe. Basculin White Stripe. Cheese TF in Kitakami, it's at level 50? What does this mean? Basculin White Stripe. Let's talk about card games. So in card games, there's a term that gets thrown around called strictly better. Pretty much anytime you say strictly better, you are about to get well actually'd into oblivion. Because it is very hard for something to actually be strictly better. So on screen now, you can see an example from the game Hearthstone from a very non-problematic company and a great Pokemon move, Blizzard. So it's Magma Rager and Ice Rager. I'm not going to go too deep into the game, but Magma Rager is one of the worst cards ever. It is so bad that there's actually voice lines in the game acknowledging how awful it is. Ice Rager is the same cost, but it just has more health. So Ice Rager is the same cost, the same attack, but it has more health. So it would be easier to say that it's strictly better. But if you do that, people will say like, oh, but what about synergies with 1 health minions? You forgot! It's not actually strictly better. That's why it's dangerous to say strictly better on the internet. Anyway, White Stripe Basculin is strictly better than normal Basculin. I think I can actually say that. So in terms of stats and typing, White Stripe Basculin and Red and White... So as far as stats and typing go, White Stripe Basculin and Red and Blue Basculin are the exact same. There's no difference. They're both pure water types, how exciting, with existent stats. Are their move pools the same? This is Red and White Stripe Basculin. This is Red and Blue Stripe Basculin. This is White Stripe Basculin. They're the exact same, right? Oh! Oh, saved! No final gambit. No final gambit. So it turns out that White Stripe Basculin is not strictly better than Red and Blue Stripe Basculin. Oh! I was almost right, but I got well actually'd in the end. Not strictly better. I really hate when they do this. It's not even a real regional form. It is almost identical to vanilla Red and Blue Basculin, except White Stripe can evolve and the others can't. Why? Why do they do this? There is an answer, and the answer is so that you'll spend $35 on the DLC. Anyway, how good is Basculin and Basculegion? It's really good. It's really good. So Basculin stats are... So Basculin stats for a single stage Pokemon are kind of whatever. Like, they're okay. I wouldn't get excited about this. Basculegion is not a level Evo. You have to lose at least 294 HP from recoil damage without fainting. It's not that hard. You can do that pretty reliably. It's obviously easier the more health you actually have to lose. But you can do this fairly easily. Just subscribe to Big Pharma and you can do this in like a couple minutes. Bulkier Evo Don't Lose Speed challenge completely failed. But luckily, 78 speed is probably still enough. You don't want to get much lower than this, but this is still acceptable. Being able to almost immediately get good enough speed, really good attack, and really good dual stab in the form of Water and Ghost. Yeah, I would say that's A tier. Something you have to actually keep in mind is that male Basculegion and female Basculegion actually have different stats, which is kind of strange. So you can see that the males, they didn't study very hard. So they do fail the Gogoat Gradient. However, girls, they stayed in school. 100 special attack? It's more than 97. That being said, the male version is way better. It is way better. Eventually, because most of Basculegion's super good attacks are physical recoil. Although initially, female Basculegion is better since you can then Shadow Ball off of 100 special attack. But Shadow Balling off of 80 special attack, it's probably good enough. Until you can get your better moves in the end. I still think male is better. Psychic Fangs, that's a decent move. Liquidation, that's a good move. Get Scale Shot, I don't know why you would use that though. And if you want to talk about breeding moves, you can get Shell Smash on Torterra. You get Last Respects on Basculegion. Last Respects is one of the dumbest moves they've ever added. Oh man, oh Huck Mighty, visit to the grave. More like send him to the grave. Watch out though. Caps at 5,050 base power though, so you might miss out on some KOs. I believe you can just start with your team dead, right? Or does it have to be in the same battle? They have to actually faint in the battle? Yeah. So you can't actually start with your entire team dead. They have to actually faint in the battle. But if you have, like, a scarfed Basculegion in the back, you can't lose. I guess unless the opponent is immune to normal, but this is basically a fail-safe auto-win strategy for any battle. Why did they add this move? It's so dumb. So both of the Basculegion forms are really good. The female one is better early, but the male one is not that much worse, and it's significantly better later, so I do think the males are better. If you're worried there won't be any girl bosses on this list, don't worry. There is a girl boss coming up. I think at this point there's only like one Pokemon left to talk about, so it's kind of obvious who it is. We're not going to talk about the girl boss yet, though, because we... Anything else to say about Basculegion, by the way? At least Basculegion was a good expansion, right? Maybe the last good one. Before we talk about the girl boss, we do have to talk about the ogre-ousted Pokemon. So, these Pokemon do not actually scale at all. You can pretty much only get them, not quite in the post-game, but they're all level 70, so basically the post-game, except for Growl. Let's talk about Growl in a bit. Oh yeah. I guess the main thing holding Basculegion back is that it doesn't actually start with a recoil move. So you have to be kind of fancy to try and get it to take recoil damage early. You can give it an assault vest and only attacking moves, and then it has to struggle. Doesn't matter how it takes the recoil damage, it just has to take recoil. Is that worth it? Yeah, I think it actually is worth it. You do get a reward for that. We'll probably cut those in a different order. Oh, $20 donation from Prometheus. Over 6 hours and not a single Warlord rank. Now I just have to wait 42 years for the eventual FE Echoes tier list. Thanks to your donation, I'll make a promise to you. The Echoes tier list, I'll do it in 41 years, okay? I'll see you then. Thank you for the donation. Luckily, we won't have to wait nearly as long for the tier list on FE4 Echoes. Legacy of the Crusaders, that's coming out. It's going to be a launch title for the Switch too, okay? That might actually be true. So, we're not actually going to talk about the girl boss Ogerpon yet. First, we do have to talk about the ogre-ousted Pokemon. So, these Pokemon are not available at the same time as everything else. They don't scale at all. So, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and the Loyalty are all level 70. You basically have to be above their level to catch them. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult. And Hisuian Growlithe is a reward for the quest that gets you Ursaluna, so they have to kind of go together. So these are sort of unranked, but we are gonna talk about where they would go if they were ranked. Blood Moon Ursaluna. Well, it obliterates the Gogoat Gradient. 135 special attack. That's a lot. Oh, and regular Ursaluna. What a slug. 50 base speed. Good thing Blood Moon Ursaluna's got 52. I think it goes very firmly in the category, it goes to the gym, right? It's in the category of move seconds, but will definitely kill you. That's probably where I'd put it. Mind's Eye is kind of a fun ability. It's... I guess I can move this. Oh. Mind's Eye is... It's something that people will cry power creep about. Strictly better! Because it sort of combines two abilities. It's kind of like a combo of Scrappy and Keen Eye, but not really. The Keen Eye part, I think it is actually the same as Keen Eye, so it is just better than Keen Eye. People love Keen Eye, right? But it's not actually the same as Scrappy, because Scrappy blocks Intimidate, and Mind's Eye doesn't. Which is actually good, because Ursulina is not using physical attacks anyway, and if you get intimidated, you do less damage to yourself with Confusion. I think it's still not strictly better, though. Hisuian Growlithe. If you could catch it early, as in the same time that you could catch regular Growlithe, it is a Stone Evo, which means it would probably go in the S tier. It is super, super good. I actually think it's better than regular Arcanine. It has slightly more attack, and it has the secondary Rock Stab. Now, Fire Rock, as shown by Macargo, horrible. You take quadruple from everything, but if you go first and kill them, it doesn't really matter, right? Quiz for the students. We know that Arcanine passes the Gogoat Gradient. Does Hisuian Arcanine pass the Gogoat Gradient? Most are saying no, some are saying yes. "95 special attack. Ah, it was close. It was close, but no. Hisuian Arcanine fails the Gogoat Gradient. Just so. But hey, in exchange, you do get a 5 attack advantage, which actually is very nice. You lose 5 speed, but you're fast enough anyway. I think Hisuian Arcanine is overall better than base Arcanine. So Hisuian Arcanine, I would probably put in S. Wow. You can Stone Evo to get Flare Blitz and Extreme Speed immediately. Doesn't that seem fair? Okie dokie. So Okie dokie, the first of the Loyal 3. I don't know if we're ever going to talk about these guys again. So the Loyal 3 are based on a Japanese folktale, Momotaro. It's about a boy who teams up with 3 animals, a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant. And they go do some ogre ousting. He goes to defend his town from the ogres. So that's why these 3 animals. It's like a pretty funny modern Japanese song. Like from the perspective of the animals, talking about how it's so foolish to throw your life away for a millet dumpling, which is what Momotaro paid them. Would you die if somebody... Would you be willing to sacrifice your life for a millet dumpling? I don't think I would either. How tasty is the dumpling? If you've never seen the movie Three Samurai, if you've never seen the movie Seven Samurai, it's actually pretty good. But if you don't know what millet is, it's basically bad rice. So I remember there's a line where one of these samurai from Seven Samurai, he's talking to a girl, and then he says, "I tried millet for the first time. It was awful." He didn't say it like that, though. If you look at Okie Doki's stats, wow, they're actually pretty good, right? 80 speed, good enough. 120 attack, pretty great. Ugh, superpower. Okay, close combat, please. Decent coverage moves. Elemental punches. You can press him. Oh, it does get close combat. High horsepower. Wow. Hey, it learns knockoff through a TM. I wonder if using knockoff on Okidogi could have any unforeseen consequences. If you're wondering the same thing, you can find out the answer by clicking here. People who are very confused by that, the video premiering tomorrow morning, the fully edited glitch video, is all about what happens when you use knockoff on Okidogi. It's pretty interesting. If you would like to know what happens if Okidogi uses knockoff right now, you can find out. But it will cost you. Mighty Patreons can see the completed video right now. I think it's pretty good. And if you're a filthy poor person who can only afford to eat millet, I guess you'll just have to wait. About 10 hours? But thank you to the mighty Patreons. And while we're chilling, we're almost done here. I gotta find the graphic. I have too many graphics loaded. My auto responses folder. Don't forget to smash that like button. Although we are almost done here, so I'm not sure how much that'll do, but people who come to the VOD later will see that it has a lot of likes. As for an actual tiering for Okidogi, if you could get it around the same time you could with... As for an actual, like, fake tiering for Okidogi, if you could get it at the conclusion of the Ogre Pond storyline, I'd probably give it an A. It's, like, very solid. It's pretty good. Monkey Dory. It's a psychic poison type. With some pretty good stats. 130 special attack, 106 speed. That's great. Hey, look, it's got psychic. Parting Shot's a good move, although not in-game. Psyshock. Shadow Ball's okay. Stab Sludge Bomb. It's got really good stats. If you could get it earlier, I don't know if I would put it in S. The moves are a bit lacking, but the stats are really good. I'd probably put it a little bit above Okidogi. So probably both near the top of A. Just really solid Pokemon. Unfortunately, not really in the game. So everything is looking Okidogi. Things are Monkey Dory. How is Pheasantipity? Looks like our luck's run out. This is one of the worst stat distributions I've ever seen. What is this? It's so bad. It's worse than Articuno. Poison Fairy is an okay typing. Galarian Weezing's alright. Ah, what? Level 72 Moonblast. At least you catch it at level 70, though. Dazzling Gleam, Poison Jab, Gunk Shot, Play Rough. Oh. What? It's a physical attacker, so it doesn't actually have to pass the Gogoat Gradient. 91 attack. Yikes. I think I'd rather use more Peko. And yeah, because I think I would rather use more Peko, yeah, if I were to tier Pheasantivity, I would put it below more Peko. And more Peko gets Aura Wheel. Aura Wheel kicks ass. I wouldn't say it's the worst legendary ever, but it's definitely way worse than the other members of the Loyal Three. I don't know if I'd call them the lousy 3, but I definitely would call this the lousy 1. Ugh. In real time, we've kept the girl boss waiting for 6.5 hours. I think it's her time to shine. Ogerpon! You can see that I've put it in the Hearth Flame aspect. I wonder why. I have to skip this song, otherwise I'm gonna get copyright claimed. So, the DLC is called the Teal Mask. The Teal Mask is its base form. Ogerpon has some unique mechanics to discuss. The DLC is called the Teal Mask, and the Teal Mask is what Ogerpon uses if you don't equip one of its 3 special masks. You could equip the Water Mask, you could equip the Wellspring Mask. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon is pure grass. Horrible. Wellspring Mask is water grass. That's pretty good. Hearthflame Mask is fire grass. That's really good. Scovillain in shambles. And Cornerstone Mask is rock grass. I don't know why you would do that. These 3 mask items actually have a hidden effect where they will give you a 20% flat boost to all of your moves. Not just your stab moves, all of your moves. So it's like Diet Life Orb, but you don't take the recoil. So almost same great damage boost, fewer without the recoil. So I think Diet Life Orb is actually better than the full calorie Life Orb that hurts you. Firegrass is a decent type. Does it have decent stats? Yeah, it does. These are girl boss stats. 110 speed, excellent. 120 attack, excellent. It's pretty much exactly what you want to see. Really good. Really good. Do we get any good moves? Well, stats don't mean much. Stats, unfortunately, aren't everything. You do need good moves to go with it. At the end of the... Before endgame, if you catch Ogerpon, it's level 20. If you can get it... So you're stuck with a Horn Leech, 75 base power stab. That's not that bad. And if you get to level 30, you get Ivy Cudgel. Now, Ivy's really good in Fire Emblem. Is Ivy good in this game? $100 power. 100 accuracy. Grass is a bad type, but you can change it to water. You can actually change it to Stone Hit, finally. It's just better than Stone Edge. Or you could do what you'll actually end up doing. Change it to Fire and kill everything. Because there is another aspect of Ogerpon that we haven't talked about yet. Its ability actually changes when it terrestrializes. I think it's the only Pokemon where that happens. Its base abilities are okay. I think Teal Mask has Defiant. Hey, that's pretty good. Wellspring Mask has Water Absorb, which is really useful because you 4x resist water, but what's better than a 4x resist? An immunity, right? Awful. Cornerstone Mask has Sturdy, so I guess you won't die in one hit, although, actually, like, 80, 84, 96 bulk is very reasonable, so Sturdy really does nothing. Hearthflame, the only form you'll actually be using, has Mold Breaker. How strong is Mold Breaker Hearthflame Ogerpon? It is so strong that people were unironically running Heatran with Ability Shield to try and stop it. That is how strong this thing is. And it's not even in its final form, because if you actually terrestrialize, all of the abilities change to Embody Aspect. Embody Aspect gives you a stat boost based on what form you're in. If you're in Teal Mask, you get a speed boost that's kind of useless because you're already fast enough. If you're in Cornerstone Mask form, you get a defense boost. Who cares? If you're in Wellspring Mask form, you get a special defense boost. Who cares? If you're in Hearthflame Mask mode, you get an attack boost. Do you remember another Pokemon that had the ability to get a free attack boost? It was pretty good. So yes, if you're using Hearthflame Mask mode, it has Intrepid Mask. Smogon, weeping down here in D, Smogon banned it because they couldn't handle seeing a girl boss actually succeed. This is probably one of the best in-game Pokemon ever. It clobbers everything. Nothing can stop it. Insanely powerful Pokemon. One of the best we've ever seen. You might be a little confused. If it's so good, and I do think it is, why isn't it at the very top? Unfortunately, Ogerpon breaks the game figuratively and literally. This is the first Pokemon ever that we are penalizing for performance reasons. To actually utilize the full power of Ogerpon and actually clobber everything, you have to terrestrialize. If you terrestrialize, the game turns into a slideshow. If you haven't actually tried to use Terra Ogerpon in the game, it is unplayable. Like, the footage you are seeing on screen right now, I haven't manipulated this. I haven't put it in the editing program and like slowed it down, it really looks like this. It is so bad. Game Freak hates girl bosses so much that they sabotage their own game to stop her from actually dominating. There are other restrictions on Ogerpon's power, the fact that Terra is only once per Pokemon visit, so you can't Terra each battle, but you don't really have to anyway. It's a conspiracy, okay? If she could unleash her full Terra power each battle, she would be S for sure. Really sad. Really sad. The other reason that it's not quite in S is that it does have a bit of an availability issue. It's not quite Ogre Ousted, because you can actually do the DLC before finishing the game, and then use Ogerpon in the game. But the final battle with Kieran is like level 40, and then when you get Ogerpon, it's only level 20, so it is going to be behind the curve. That is also holding it back a little bit. I think if you actually got it at level 40, it would probably still creep into S. But it does have pretty much the worst availability of any of the DLC mons. Appeal for bottom of S because she's still really good without Terra. No, I think because of the level 44 barrier, level 40 barrier, that's why it's a little bit worse. If you could just gun through the DLC and immediately get level 20 Ogerpon, it would probably be S. I can't believe that this game is so shoddy that it actually affects the tiering placement of Pokemon. It's pretty sad. Question for the class. What does S stand for? I have the answer for you. S stands for... And then it'll say spaghetti, and that'll probably be the end of the video. So I think we've got 3 spaghettis. Spaghetti for the infinite money glitch? No, there were 3... What are the spaghettis? There's a spaghetti for the Eviolite. There was one other spaghetti. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was the decks, right. Them not being in the decks. So, triple spaghetti. We end on spaghetti. Yeah, Wooper was also spaghetti. So we've got 3... Oh, it was Wooper. You're right, it was Wooper. So we have triple spaghetti. So I think that's actually everything that goes in the list. Alright, is it enemy phase time? Why is Milotic so low? It's a Stone Evo with phenomenal stats? Unfortunately, it's not a Stone Evo. It is a Trade Evo. And it is a... So, it's pay to win. And unlike the other Trade Evos that are, like, kind of okay if you can't trade them, if you can't actually trade for Milotic, it's miserable. Alright. I guess it's time for enemy phase, so now's your chance to try and change my mind on things. I have a shield hammer. Bad class, by the way. It's probably the worst class in Xenoblade 2, but it's the only tank weapon I have, okay? So any placements other than Torterra that people want to change. Serious suggestions only, please. So nothing about Spinarak in S. Not fair I have Vantage Plus. Can you... Okay, I guess we have to go to the war music, right? We gotta play the war music a lot. Fake Weeb doesn't have a katana? I guess I do, but that's like an evasion tank, right? Diplin to Finest? No, Diplin is okay. Only because you can immediately get its stats. Electric Gutbuster! Well, he has a sword, right? Ninetales to the Finest? Did you miss Ninetales' ranking? Crab out of the sea? It's really slow. Coughing has got, like, good moves. Like, surprisingly good moves. I think our final battle is... Why is Ninetales above Basculin? Because it's just an instant Evo. You can instantly get Flamethrower. Like, immediately. Coughing can explode. I don't think that's a good thing. The main one I'm confused on is Sandshrew not in Finest. I mean, it's a 100 base attack ground type. It involves like level 22. It's okay. Like, the Finest is really bad. So I think our final battle is going to be Torterra. For almost 7 hours, Jacob F. has been valiantly fighting for Torterra's honor. I have the Hammer of Justice. I'm gonna be the arbiter. I'm not gonna decide. You're gonna decide, okay? This poll will be your final chance. So before I actually put the poll up, Jacob F. will have his chance to make his argument, okay? So my argument for why I think Torterra is bad. Turtwig is terrible. Grottle is terrible. At level 36, you do get to go to Torterra. You gain the ground typing, and you do get Earthquake right away. Why I don't think that's really worth anything is because that's 56 base speed. If you do Mirror Herb, you can get Shell Smash. And then if you Shell Smash, yes, you will then sweep the rest of the enemy team. I don't think that's worth it. That is my take. If Jacob F. types his opinion, I will read it out without bias. I want everyone to hear the counter-argument. Okay, Torterra is only level 32. And then once the counter-argument has been made, I will then start the poll. And then you will decide Torterra's fate. In the meantime, I'm gonna drink this coffee, I guess. Oh no, I've already drank enough. If Swinub can get away with a level 33 Evo, Torterra can be B tier. Swinub's also way better. Okay, so here it is. So Torterra has access to near perfect coverage in Earthquake, Bullet Seed, and Rock Blast. That's over 100 BP on each move. Isn't Mamoswine a bit slow and icy for S tier? Mamoswine has 80 base speed. Headlong Rush is stronger than Earthquake. Earthquake's strong enough. Also, Headlong Rush is like level 62. I certainly don't think Torterra's any worse, so there's no option to move Torterra down. It's just gonna be, I think, up? Or it's up or stay where it is. Okay, so I'll try and read everything in order here. So this is Jacob Ferenci's argument in favor of Torterra. So it's level 32 Evo. Torterra has access to near perfect coverage in Earthquake, Bullet Seed, and Rock Blast. That's over 100 BP on each move. That's roughly Jimbro status on its own. So Jimbro status is referring to Geodude and Timber here, who are in the camp of they will never go first, but they will definitely kill you. And then I think there's another part of the argument. It has the option, Torterra has the option to, with extra investment, to go to insane heights with Shell Smash and clean up every boss in the game. And I believe he intends for you to use loaded dice with Rock Blast and Bullet Seed. You can get all you need to get Shell Smash by the Water Gym. You get a Shelder, Water Stone, and Mirror Herb at the 4th gym. Is that your entire argument? The war is still going. We'll never finish the human campaign. For most fights, a mon like Monkey is quite good, but for a 5-mon battle, a setup sweeper is strong. And the 5-mon fights are the hardest in the game. Do we talk about Headlong Rush? Headlong Rush is worthless. I think Jacob will also agree on that. It's way too late. Just use Earthquake. So this is the Endless now. We could go to the origin music. So I guess, where would you actually want Turtwig to be placed? Or Torterra? Lowest B or highest C? Next to Golem. The sea let it swim? Its heights are better than anything Empoleon can do? Why is Swaddle so high? Because it's a really early Evo. It's got decent stats. It's just got a horrible dual type. So before we do the poll, it's probably more favorable So I guess, like, top of... For the poll, should I just put it as, like, top of C? I think there's no point in having two options for bottom of B or top of C, because people who vote for bottom of B, like, would vote for bottom of... Or people who vote for top of C would vote for bottom of B, right? Because that's encompassed in that. Top of C? Okay. Alright. So you've heard both the arguments. I'm gonna type up the poll now. Should Torterra move up? Wait, that's not a poll. It's just gonna be a message. So, should Torterra move up? Okay, this is apparently a Q&A. That's not what I wanted. I want to do a poll. Should Torterra move up? Yes! To the top of C! Or no? Stay where it is. Okay, so before I actually... before I actually start the poll, I'm just gonna reiterate everything. Because this might go in the premium. So I've equipped my shield hammer, bad tank class, but it's my only tanking weapon. We have one enemy phase. For 7 hours, Jacob Ferenczi has been lobbying to have Torterra's placement changed, as in moved up. So we're going to... Now, I have the Hammer of Justice. I'm not going to decide. The people are going to decide. I have a poll set up, but before I actually start the poll, I am going to reiterate... I'm going to reiterate both my arguments and Jacob's arguments. Why I think Turtwig should stay where it is in D. Turtwig's awful. Grottle's awful. Has to be level 32 to actually get to Torterra. At that point, it gains the ground type, and it immediately gains Earthquake. That's quite good. Unfortunately, it has 56 base speed, which is quite bad. And I don't think being able to spend one turn to then Shell Smash and be quite strong is worth it, because you could use any of these Pokemon that are in SA or even B and just win immediately from turn 1 without doing any of this. That's my argument. Jacob's argument is that by level 32, you can have everything set to make Torterra able to sweep. So you can give it loaded dice with Bullet Seed, 100% accurate, Rock Blast, and Earthquake. It'll have all 3 of those moves. And then to get Shell Smash, you can get Shelter. So by the 4th gym, you can get Shelter, Waterstone it to Cloyster, give that Shell Smash, and then Mirror Herb that onto Torterra. And then once you use Shell Smash, you can probably sweep through everything in the game, including difficult 5 Pokemon fights. That is the argument in favor of Torterra. I believe I've stated the argument fairly. I think so. I'm not trying to be biased here. So now that you know both of the arguments, let us begin the poll. Should Torterra move to the top of C, or should it stay where it is in D? I love democracy. Now is your chance. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. If it gets boosted for Shell Slash, so does Slugma Males. Slugma is so slow that Shell Smash is actually worthless. I don't want to poison the well, so I don't want to comment on what people are saying now. You forgot to mention its strength, even without smashing, is that the same as the other Gym Bros? This is definitely not true, though, unfortunately. That, I have to say, I do have to push back against that, because the other Gym Bros are Golem and Conkeldurr here. Golem has 10 more attack, it has 120, it has a much better secondary stab in Rock compared to Ground. And it also can achieve that earlier because it's a trade evo. Conkeldurr has 140 base attack, which is 30 more. It is way more. And stab fighting is definitely better than stab grass. It's probably comparable to stab ground though. So maybe it like comes out on par with Conkeldurr in terms of stab options, but I think Conkeldurr is still better. It is so much stronger. 69 votes. How would someone that plays the game without looking at a guide know how to set up Torterra? Well, they're gonna watch this video, right? $69 votes, but 165 watchers. If you don't vote, it's the same as... What is it? If you don't vote against injustice, it's the same as supporting injustice. You're culpable. You should vote. It's too slow that Shell Smash may not save it. I disagree with that. I think after Shell Smash, it actually is fast enough to go first. It can outspeed Dragapult with Smash in OU, but that's also going to be EV trained, right? It's not that fast. Golden Gudra with kind comments. This is the first time I've been able to attend a live stream. This is fun. You're a good and clever entertainer. Thank you. Where do you think Torterra should go? I think I should listen to you. When do you get a White Herb? Don't use White Herb. Use loaded dice. You don't need White Herb. Love to see what happens to Ogrepine when they inevitably remove Terra. Maybe they'll, like, fold the effects into some other thing? This 2-hour tier list has been fun. The war music is still playing. Move Macargo up. Macargo bros, it's over, okay? We're not moving Macargo up. In the meantime, I guess while we're all still voting, just talking about upcoming stuff. Damn, I've been defeated, but I can't fall here. I must retreat. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ooh, where will I see you tomorrow at? Is there something happening tomorrow? Well, let's see. So tomorrow, well, okay, not tomorrow, right now, once I find the graphic, hello? Oh, here it is. Right now, you can smash the like button to help increase the reach of the stream, although it is almost over. Tomorrow at... What am I thinking of? Tomorrow at 7 a.m., so the same time that this stream started, there's going to be a premiere. So a premiere is all of us watching in an edited video. So tomorrow is not a live stream. It is a fully edited video. I worked really hard on it. It is detailing a special bug with Okidogi. So, Okidogi... Something quite interesting happens when you use knockoff with Okidogi. What happens? Well, you'll find out tomorrow at 7 a.m. I hope to see you there. If you don't want to wait until tomorrow at 7 a.m., you could. Find out right now. But it will cost you. If you evolve into a mighty Patreon, you can see it right now. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait. You can't actually buy my influence by evolving into a Patreon, but make no mistake. If Jacob F's name wasn't here in the $25 tier, I probably wouldn't be doing this for Torterra, okay? I am going to be serious about that. So, you can buy my influence a little bit, but... it's not like I'm just going to accept that Torterra is good. In terms of the next stream, I'm going to announce it... Oh, I should also say thank you for the support, right? That's the actual point of that. Have I voted? I can't vote in my own thing. That's not fair. Now, no matter who wins the poll, we do know that Luxray loses. So, the next stream is going to be a bug hunting stream hosted by Bugcatcher, and we're going to try and mint our very own Luxray NFTs. So, Luxray apparently has the effect of, like, stealing textures from other models. So, we're just going to try and see if we can actually get Luxray to corrupt some other textures. I think we can do it, so if you have a shiny Luxray, you're invited. So we're gonna try and do some shiny Luxray texture corruption, and I guess we'll also play GeoGuessr if people have, or Geodude Guesser. So if you have Geodude Guesser photos to submit. I saw Luxray with Carmine's texture on Twitter. That's probably gonna be the thumbnail. How's it even possible? I don't know. So probably the upcoming streams this weekend, I think, are going to be the Luxray NFT stream. Why is everyone defending Torterra? I'm kind of confused. Well, you have a Swampert profile pic, right? So, you wouldn't understand. I think it's because it's a starter. Yeah, I said that at the beginning. If Turtwig was just some random Pokemon, nobody would care. But it is a starter. Swampert is overrated? I agree, but not by much. I think Swampert is super good. It's just... it's too slow. I think once we reach 100 votes, we will close the poll. So 8 more votes. Someone else thinks Swampert is overrated and underhated. Dude, the human theme has been playing for like 30 minutes. So the streams this weekend will be the Luxray NFT minting, and then there's going to be... we're probably going to start Pokemon XD. And I'm not sure what run we'll do for XD. For XD, we'll either... we did run the poll. It's either going to be the snag swap, which is using the most recent snags, probably in pairs. It's either going to be that, it's going to be no purification. Or, and the human theme is playing... oh no. We're too late. These Pokemon have all been, I guess, corrupted? This entire roster must be purged, and that would be no Shadow Pokemon. So that would mean we'd have to use the bait Pokemon. Those are the 3 options. I think on the day of, we actually will run a poll, because the start of the game, you don't actually have to choose the challenge. It's a little while until you actually get the bait Pokemon or the Shadow Pokemon. So for a while, it can just be any of the challenges. Three more votes. Yeah, challenge yourself to use awful Johto mons. Wouldn't that be wacky? Snack Swap might be a logistical nightmare at the Shadow Lab. So I looked ahead at the roster. They almost all come in pairs. So I think the Snag Swap will actually be doable. But we are going to be swapping, like, pretty constantly. One more vote. What's the American equivalent to Osaka? Boston, I guess. I'm not really sure there is one, though. Alright, 100 votes. So I've been tanking the damage here. What do the people say? Stop the counts! Alright, so... I'm tanking the damage here. Ah! Where were my heals? So, 54% of respondents say they have been swayed by the grass-type propaganda. They say that Torterra should go to the top of C. I hate democracy. I want to reiterate, I think you're all wrong, okay? I think you all have no idea what you're talking about. You're being too generous, and you've been bought in. You're all just filthy diaper kids who have been mind controlled by Sinnoh propaganda. Sinnoh shell smash propaganda. But don't ever call me a Tyranitar, okay? I'll listen to what the people say, even if they're wrong, okay? You still have Sinistra and B because it's a Stone Evo. Or a Cup Evo, that's why. Do I have to redo Ogerpon? No, I don't, because I can just put the... Oh, I gotta think of editing cheese, so... No, I don't have to redo Ogerpon, because... Before we talk about Ogerpon... Oh, no, I do. I'm trying to think if there's a way to undo it. Give me a second here. I can use a modified still after a cut? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could probably do that. I'm trying to think of how to get this to work. Because I'd have to actually move... Appreciate my mercy towards Torterra. It wasn't me. If I had my way, it'd be in D. It's... Record moving Ogerpon again and then just use this still? Yeah, I think so. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to make it so that I don't have to re-record all of Ogerpon, because now this is going to be in a different position. I can put Ogerpon. If I move Ogerpon down here... Can I not untier it? It can't be untiered! I'll figure something out. Add a new blank tier beneath. That's not gonna work because it's gonna look different. I'll figure something out. Ah! You ruined my narrative! If only people didn't vote for Torterra. Why is Torterra in C? There was like a 40-minute war. The music is still playing. Squidward Zordolini. Voice of the people? The people are wrong. If YouTube comments are any indication, the average Pokemon fan is completely inept and must be destroyed. You guys don't deserve to play this children's game, okay? Only I know the strategies. Alright, that's probably enough. Pokegame just posted a video, guess who's in the thumbnail? I'm guessing Ogerpon. Oh, it's Torterra. But he's actually talking about competitive Torterra, right? Alright, I think we are done here, right? Any other complaints people have? We can address all of those. And then that'll probably be the end. 7 hours. How long did I say this would take? God, someday we'll actually do a short tier list. I'm still salty about Sewaddle's placement in the black and white tier list. Bug grass is so bad. It's so bad. Empoleon could move up. It has 60 base speed. Otherwise, I would agree. If Torterra gets C because Shell Smash, then every Pokemon with a setup move should be moved up. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me! No! Shell Smash is a very good setup move, though. Because it's only one turn to get good enough speed and good enough attack. Slugma in S. No. No. Well, what are the other Shell Smashers? It's just Slugma, right? Guys, Slugma sucks, okay? No. We're not moving Slugma up. So while I disagree with moving Torterra to C, it's okay. This isn't complete insanity. Slugma has 30 base speed. Even if you Shell Smash, it's not going anywhere. It's so bad. And I think it's the only other Shell Smasher, so... I think it's also the only other one that really has a boosting move? Oh yeah, I guess we should put Ogerpon back. I'll probably get a screen grab that'll probably work. Editing cheese will figure something out, okay? I'll fix it in editing, okay? While I'm here on camera, let me just say that Adobe Premiere Pro is the worst program I've ever used. It's so bad. If you go to the... You can see the trailer now for the video that's premiering tomorrow. You can see... I couldn't believe this. So, there is an error in the rendering. Like, there's an error message that it shows me. It says that this effect requires GPU acceleration. I thought that was just an error message in the program. I'm like, ah, okay, I guess I'll just be fine without this effect going off. Adobe renders the error message as part of the video. So in the trailer where it says this effect requires like GX acceleration, it puts it in the video. Why? Like, I caught it, so I could have fixed it. I think it's so ridiculous that I left it in. What a garbage program. $60 a month, by the way. If you want to actually ever do video editing, I'm telling you right now, do not use Premiere Pro. Use DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is free, and not only is it just as good, it's probably better. The only reason why I'm stuck with Adobo is because it's got its tendrils in me. I already know how to use it. You can change the future, okay? Don't get caught in Adobo's web. Do not use Adobe. It's awful. But yeah, now you know. You can see in the trailer, it's right there. This effect requires GX acceleration. Ah! Today, we slay a VOD! It's such ass. It's too late for you. You have to use Adobe programs for your classes. That's how they get us, man. That's how they get us. I love the war music as you rage against Adobo. Oh man, if only I wasn't a shield hammer. Maybe I could actually defeat Adobe. Alright, I think that is everything for today. Any last words from anyone? Why is Mamo in the same tier as Monkey? Mamoswine is super good. It's got 80 base speed, bro. Mamoswine is legit. Like, Mamoswine is really, really good. The last words, Monkey is still S tier. Well, that was like never up for debate, right? I think everybody agrees. It's like very non-controversial. The best starter series would return with Pokemon Platinum so we can start Torterra War 2. It's awful. Alright, I think that is everything. But can Monkey use Toxic Thread? Didn't think so. Cheese question, in a gameplay, the new dice item, did it affect the rating of non-skilling Pokemon? Like Bramblegast uses it, right? Like, it's a pretty useful item. And it's not like competitive where you always use the best item. You often just use whatever you can get. Is Ambipom in D because you have to use Apom first? Yeah. And it's really not worth it. Like, wow. Use Apom, you get Ambipom. Is Ambipom good? Oh, really? Is there a game where Ape wouldn't be an S? Maybe RBY? I mean, if it existed in RBY, it would be really good, right? Petition to give Infernape Ice Punch. I think it's good enough. Alright. So my last, my last words, is that one of Silencer's moves? Sansa from Dota 2, what are his moves? It's like Curse of the Silent. It is last word, right? When I played it was you put a debuff on them, and then if they cast a spell, they take damage and get silenced. They take damage and get silenced at the end of the debuff anyway, but it happens faster if they cast a spell. I think it's called last word. Anyway, my last words are... regarding this tier list at least. This is about as bad as I thought it would. Like, this is really bad. Like, this is horrible. This is, I think, the worst we've seen since Colosseum. But it definitely is better than Colosseum. We do have a girl boss. We do have 2 Pokemon where... it's not really compromising. Like, these Pokemon are S in, like, every game they're in. Well, Swinub's not, because it didn't evolve in Gen 2. Oh, First Blood, last word? That's true, we do have the whole base game. I think we did say that earlier. Alright. Any questions from people pertaining to the tier list that I can, like, quickly answer? Like, if you're confused about any placements, and I'll try and, like, really quickly explain it. Although, really, you should just go back and watch the VOD, right? Or watch the premium, which I will hopefully finish this weekend. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. No guarantees. I thought this would be over in, like, 3 hours. There's not that many Pokemon. Of course it's not over in 3 hours. Who's gonna be in the intro for the video? I've already got it filmed. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. I'm pretty happy with it. Ninetales. So the main reason why Ninetales is here, in fact, the only reason is because it's a Stone Evo. You can instantly Firestone it, and you get Flamethrower immediately. So even though it fails the Gogoat Gradient miserably, 100 base speed and immediate Flamethrower is good enough. What are my thoughts on getting Yanma to 33? At least there's universal XP share. Those are my thoughts. Why is water below C at this point? C might be better. I think we've almost always put C below water, but... why is Mienfu Deify evolves right away after post-game? Nice try. Back to the lab for you, okay? I was considering paying you for your internship. Not anymore, okay? Why is Ducklet D and not Finest? I mean, water's a pretty good type. That's really it. Like, to be a water type and not be in the sea, you gotta be real bad. And yeah, Ducklet's real bad. Empoleon could probably move up to sea proper. I think I'd rather use Corphish. Why is Nose Pass above Spinarak? Honest answer, I think because it's a Stone Evo. If it wasn't a Stone Evo, I think it would actually be worse. If the trade cable item exists in SV, would Geodude and Timber be made to low A or still top B? They'd probably just be bottom of B. Because they still will, they have no hope of ever moving first, ever. Empoleon should be in regular C because of the Steel type. Like, I don't think Steel type is that much of a benefit. Because why are you getting hit? Like, these Pokemon... this tier, they're invincible. They will never get hit. Why is Cramorant below Toad? Starts good and can coast the whole game. Actually might be better than Politoed. I think it was because Politoed can instantly relearn Hydro Pump, which is kind of okay. Get like a level 22 Hydro Pump. It's alright. Rabombi did better than I thought it would. Alright, Alright, I think those are most questions from everyone, so... One last time. We'll ask you to smash that like button. It increases the like counter. Wow. Will all starters of vanilla SV make S tier here? I mean, they were all S in the base list, right? And look at this. Thanks to the mighty Patreons for their support. If you evolve into a Patreon right now, you can see the glitch video that's coming out tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. But it's not that long of a wait. I'm not really selling the Patreon here, am I? What's totally free is the Discord, link in the description. I'd say you can talk to me, but it's mostly me, like, shouting about how awful phones are, so maybe you don't want to actually join. I think that is it for our field trip to Kitakami. I hope to see you tomorrow at the bug premiere. I think it's gonna be fun. I hope to see you there. Until then, I guess this is goodbye. I hate phones too. Yeah. I would destroy every phone if I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't the phones. It was the live stream that was destroyed. The live stream severed.